Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 6 of our painting marathon. Welcome to Art Prof. We are a global art party. I'm coming back to this painting of a tree. This is the reference photo that I'm using, and I did do a number of thumbnails to play around largely with the placement. This is the one that I ended up using. And I also have this reference, which is Red Rock Canyon in southern Utah. This is more a color reference than an image reference. And I'm also taking some inspiration from the color scheme of the Mars landscape in the 90s film Total Recall. Here is the Mars landscape. Probably a little bit too red for me. I think I'm looking for something that's more on the orange side, but who knows? Let's see what's happening. Tell me in the chat, how many of you here have already celebrated the new year? How many of you have not yet? And how about tell me what continent you're on? Because for me right now, it is 3:30 in the afternoon, so it's going to be a little while before I celebrate the new year. I'm probably going to be asleep by then. I can't stay up that late anymore. Is anybody here going to stay up? I know, I'm a party pooper. It's just, painting marathon has kept me very busy. Now, this painting, it's very wet. I don't think there's even a spot in here that's remotely dry. Yeah, wow. The paints that I'm using, these are the Geneva oil paints, and these are from Mark Carter, created them. He has a wonderful YouTube channel. It's called Draw Mix Paint. And these oil paints, they have oil medium mixed into them. So they're very thin and drippy compared to the traditional oil paints. And I'm curious what the challenge is going to be here today, because it is all wet. I strongly prefer that my paints be 100% dry so I can really start anew with the layers, but we're not going to do that today. Giving myself a different challenge. Before I start, I always spend time just being with the painting. So I'm trying to figure out a plan, because this painting in particular, I really like showing the underpainting, especially these strokes where I pulled out with a rag. That's going to be very important to me, that I don't completely cover the underpainting. I want more detail, and I want to really emphasize a couple of the more bulbous areas. Like this one is a nice chunk, and I want that to really pop out. And I got to figure out this lower left-hand corner. I'm not totally sure what's happening there, because this needs to be very thick and monumental looking. But I feel like it's a cop-out the way I did it, because I came down with the orange and then I just went bleh. And so it's really unclear spatially what's happening here. That's one of the first priorities. And I want squishier brushwork. Sort of got there, but not quite. But actually, one of my favorite parts of the painting is in the upper left-hand corner. I do like some of these strokes. The strokes look fast. That's how I like to think about the strokes. Now, just because they look fast doesn't mean they were made fast. That's something I definitely learned when I did a copy of a John Singer Sargent painting. It's the one called Lady Agnew, the woman wearing the bluish lavender dress. And that's where I really tried to analyze his work stroke by stroke. And that was one of the things I noticed. And guess what? Because I left it outside, there's crap on here that I have to get rid of. How many people are doing what I do? You sit down to paint, but you don't paint right away. Maybe you're procrastinating. Maybe you just need to be with your painting, but I find it impossible to do that. I always want to step back and think about it because I've had time away, fresh pair of eyes on what's happening, and I do need a plan. I want to articulate the tree. We'll figure this out later. So remember, everybody, if you want to ask things, make sure that you write the word question in all caps, because that will make it a lot easier for me to be able to see what is happening in the chat. Chat is really lively, which is fantastic, but I do sometimes miss things. So if I miss your question, feel free to ask it again, because that is probably going to happen. By the way, I dug up this tool. Have people seen this before? This is called a tube bringer. So you see these two rollers? You put your paint tube inside, and then you clamp it, and you turn it like this, and then it pushes your paint tube through, so you can squeeze out every tiny drop of paint. Who here has heard of these? Who here has one? Who here has never heard of them before? They're pretty handy, especially people who want to save on their paint. Okay. I think I want something more bluish that's dark, because I already have this. It's like a dark maroon, but I think I want a dark that leans a little bit more cool. How about, let me see what the straight blue looks like. Curious about that. And thank you, everybody. The reason I have these awesome brand new brushes is because all of you sent me super chats. Thank you so much, everybody. And by the way, we do have a lot of people chatting, sharing in the Discord. This is in the Art Marathons channel. And I did see a question. Oh, here it is. Okay, DB, can't ask questions in the live stream. Does anybody know what the difference is between water mixable oils and solvent-free oils? My understanding, DB, is that the actual paint is sort of the same. Maybe the water mixable oils are a little bit different. I'm not totally sure about the chemical composition of it, but when you say solvent-free, it has more to do with the supplies that you use, not the paint. So this is solvent-free fluid, and it's safflower oil-based medium. And you can use this with any oil paint. The difference is that you're not using a solvent, which creates fumes. For example, in the past, when I've used a solvent, I've used Gamsol. But the concept behind this is that if you use Gamsol or other mediums like Liquin, those do create fumes. And so they're not great for home studio unless you have all the windows open, or studios that have ventilation, that type of thing. The water mixables, you can wash them with water. But for me, I feel like between the two, I prefer the solvent-free. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's nice, but I'm washing my brushes with Murphy's oil soap, so it's actually been all right. Yeah, so if anybody has questions that you want answered in the Discord, same thing, write in all caps, question, and tag me. That way it'll be easier for me to see your questions. Okay. Let's mix up. Oh no, I was going to use the straight blue. Okay, let's try that first. I don't usually like to use straight colors, but I don't know these paints very well, and so I'm feeling like I need to learn to use them a little bit more. And these, I'm not going to use solvent at all, because last time I did, and it was like dripping all over the place. Oh, whoa, that's really rich. Sheesh. It really looks black on the canvas. We're going to start out a little slow. I'm always kind of slow in the beginning. This brush is bigger than I would like it to be, but I'm forcing myself to use it because I think this is really necessary. I'm trying to get squishier strokes. Getting a little lost in all there's so many components to this that are really difficult. I feel like I get lost in all the. Yeah, this is going to be slow. I keep thinking that knot is that knot. I've got to get my bearings first. Maybe I should switch to a smaller brush, because what I'm doing is sort of the picky stuff. Yeah, I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. I think this is difficult with all the detail. I do always feel that the beginning part of a studio session is sort of throwaway time because you're just getting back into things. Trying to find individual shapes. We'll do a little blending along the way. Oh, I'm missing a big chunk of orange. Okay, that I really should put in right away. Okay. It's pretty dark. It's not really orange. I did get a silicoil brush cleaning tank. How many people have seen these? How many of you use them? You get it at an art supply store. And the concept behind it is that there's a metal coil inside. And so when you want to wash your brush, you can put the brush right in here. And so when you bounce the brush against the coil, it helps work out the paint from the brush. It's nice and gentle because it bounces up and down. And so eventually, all the sludge settles to the bottom, and then you're always putting your brush into a nice clean area. I'm going to try to be better about mixing my brushes. I feel like I've been very lazy about it, and it's been a pain to clean up. So I'm going to try to use this more. And this has the safflower oil in it. And by the way, I don't know if this is right, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, but this is solvent-free, because normally I would be putting a solvent in here like Gamsol, but instead I have safflower oil in there. Okay, so you can see now that cleans my brush. It's still very oily, but that's okay because it's going into oil paints. Okay. Gotta change my settings. Phone keeps falling asleep. I need a nice chunk. Oh, God, I'm getting so lost in the knots. A lot of looking today. Okay, let me get a rag. I don't like that. And I know I'm judging myself too soon, but it's just super smushy and I don't like it. See, isn't that just the coolest thing that I can wipe away and I end up, ooh, ugh, that's way too big. Whoops. Not exactly what I was looking for. But I don't have plans to make this look just like the image. I don't usually do this with my brush. Usually I'm using the palette knife, but I feel like in this particular case, because the paints are so thin, that I'm actually going to try doing some mixing with my brush. I just want to see how it works. Typically, that would be a pain because if you use your brush to mix, you end up with a brush that's just like totally full with ink, paint, and then it's very difficult. So if you pre-mix with a palette knife does all the mixing, and then you can put your brush right in there. By the way, how many people here use a palette knife? And how many people here mix with a brush? And what type of paint do you use it for? Because I think that does matter. For example, it's not advisable to use a palette knife for gouache or watercolor. But for any paint that's thick, it is really helpful to have that. I don't have enough red in there. I don't know. This might just make a big mess in my palette. Let's just see. I have no idea. There's quite a bit of texture down here. Because I actually think that a lot of people, especially if you're learning online, using a palette knife is not as clear cut as it might seem. And it's really common, especially whenever I've taught introductory painting, that people always use the palette knife wrong the first time. And the biggest thing that they do wrong is they don't put enough pressure on the palette. So what I see people doing a lot, this is more the chronic palette knife issue. So instead of taking this paint and pressing onto the palette, that's how you get it mixed. People will do something like this. And the thing is, if you do this, you're not putting any pressure and you're just sort of spreading it around. So for me, it's more about, okay, you push it this way, press hard. So that's the quintessential problem that I see. I mean, there's other things as well, but that's the thing that I really have to push people to do when I'm teaching an introductory class. And I do think the palette knife is very awkward. I think when you first use it, it's just a really weird tool if you're brand new to it. See, I don't want to lose. I feel like this pocket got a little bit too big. Maybe I'll move some of this down. I don't want to lose the space back here. I feel like this is going to be a big rag piece. The other one's some rag, but I think this one is going to have a lot of rag work in it. Because this dark part, it actually goes back here. Maybe I should wipe away some of that white. That white's making it a little difficult. Yeah, get rid of some of that so when I put it down, it doesn't mix. I think there's just so much more underneath here that I didn't get the last time through. So a lot of this is just adding things that were not there last time. Oh, that's better. Okay. I like that. Yeah, there's a lot of... really what I'm missing is I'm missing value. I don't have a lot of dark areas. And so that definitely has to get worked on. Gosh, where does this go? This is why I can't paint anything with a million leaves. I know there's some painters who really can paint every single leaf. I'm like, no way. That is not my thing. Okay, and this one got sort of drippy, so let's bring this back. Ooh, that's kind of fun. I liked that stroke. Okay, let's stop and see what people are saying in the chat. Yeah, latex gloves can be helpful. And I did wear them for a long time, but lately I just like having the brush right on my hand. It just feels better. Jen has a question. What exactly is the difference between acrylic and oil color paint brushes? I keep Googling it, but can't really get a straight answer. I mean, they're interchangeable. You can use an oil, what's labeled as an oil brush for acrylic, and vice versa. I don't really know that there is something that says, oh, this is absolutely only for oils. At least that's my perception. I'd love to hear what other people think. If you think there is something that clearly states this is an acrylic brush, this is an oil brush. For me, the only real difference is, okay, you've got acrylic and oil brushes, watercolor and gouache brushes. Because the watercolor and gouache brushes, they're just way more delicate, way, way softer. But in oils, you can have brushes like this one. This is a filbert, and it's a pretty coarse brush. Now, the ones that I bought yesterday, this is synthetic. This one's really silky smooth. And honestly, I don't think it matters what you use. It's like I've used watercolor brushes for oil. You can use whatever you want. So I think it's more about customizing the tools for the effects that you want to do. Yes, it's the home stretch. You know what's funny is the first day was the hardest because I was trying to figure out the setup and everything. But I actually developed a little bit of a routine because of the schedule. I have fewer things to do because I'm spending all my time here. In the mornings, I do all my administrative stuff, catch up on Discord, art club, all those types of things. And then I've been going to the gym very early. Usually I go to the gym at the end of the day, but now I'm going to the gym at like 1. And so I have a little bit of time to do that. I come down, take a shower, get ready. It's sort of nice. Like I've sort of settled into this routine. I was not anticipating that. But also the marathon has gotten easier because starting paintings, I feel it just feels like it's more energy because you're starting something from scratch. Today, I have something that's already well along its way, much easier to pick that up. Edie says, mix with a palette knife, paint with a brush. I don't like painting with a knife. I like paintings that have no texture and are smooth. Yeah, everybody has a different preference. I mean, I oftentimes see paintings that are crazy textured that I think are beautiful, but that's not really my nature. I think mostly I prefer in my work the smoother surface, but other artists I love seeing their stuff. And in case people missed it, I am looking a lot at James Ensor. This was a painting I saw at the Getty. And if you look up close, every single figure in this painting has just an extraordinary amount of texture. I don't think I'm going to do this, but I am going to look at the squishiness of his strokes and how he mushes them in all different directions. So another question. Okay, Alexandria says, are you painting tonight because you said you were and or because you're motivated? You seem not excited by it tonight. If so, do you push through usually and get motivated? Oh, no, I am excited about it. I think I'm just trying to pace myself because if I get too excited, I'm going to get really tired really fast. So it's not that I'm not excited. I just have to take a slower pace because otherwise I'm going to, yeah, wipe myself out really quickly. But also, I think when you get to this point in the painting, your excitement is not consistent and you enter different phases of the painting. I always feel like the beginning is like, oh, I got to do all this stuff. It's so much work. And then when you get here, you're like, oh, okay, I've got something here. And I can take a step back a little more. I feel like in the beginning, it's like, oh, I got to do so much. But now, not so much. But I am excited. I'm just not expressing it as much. This is great. So many people from all over. Oh, happy birthday, Anna. Fantastic. It's so fun that we have people from all over the world. Oh, this is interesting. Anna says, I don't ever wash my brushes. I just assign different colors to different brushes. I have a big brush and a small brush for each color. I would like to do that. That's a lot of brushes, though. And I don't paint enough to make it really worth my time. WA is asking, what's your underrated art medium? Do you mean for painting? Are you asking about acrylic mediums like retarder or slow dry medium? If you can follow up with more information, I'll come back to you. Lulu Bell says, I'm getting used to watching you. We'll miss these real time experiences. Oh, this is not the last time I'm going live. This marathon is one big experiment. I had no idea what it was going to be like going into this, but it seems like people are enjoying themselves. You can confirm yes or no for me. But after we're done with the marathon, I'm going to step back and take stock how this event went, if there's anything we would do differently the next time. And I would love feedback from all of you. And it's important for us to know, okay, what are the parts of the marathon you really liked? And what are some of the parts that you think we could improve upon? That will be really great. So I'll be asking for that after we get through tomorrow. I know. I can't believe it's number 6. It went by pretty fast. And it did consolidate my day because usually I'm doing 18 things at once. And this was like, okay, that's the only thing I can do because there are other things I need to be working on, like ebooks. But I was like, I can't do it. It's just, this is sucking all my energy, which is fine. Okay, let's get back into this. Oh, wait a second. Sonnet has a question. Can we do more lives where you're painting from life? Sure. I just started putting together the live schedule for January. And I think what would be extra fun, actually, tell me in the chat if you think this would be fun, is, and we did these a long ways back. We haven't done it recently, but for a TA to be on the stream with me. So you can see what, say, Jordan is working on and I'm working at the same time. It's been, I feel like it's been a few years since we've done that. But tell me if you think it'd be fun if on marathon, I mean, I can't afford to pay a TA to stay here the whole time. But let's say we had Lauren drop in for 2 hours on one of the marathon days. Would people like that? Tell me in the chat. Okay. Taking it slow. Sometimes I feel like I'm taking it too slow, but I want to be able to breathe a little bit as I work on these pieces. And I feel like this is part of it. Trying to pick out little punchy areas. Ooh, no. That's not what I wanted. I'm trying to get this part really well developed because I feel like it's, I'm going to try to use this as sort of like home base because within all the chaos, this is getting a little difficult. I just always think also that in the beginning, you're just trying to wake up to your painting. So here I'm using a brush that's nice and clean. I'm going to shift into some burnt umber. Get this shape a little more diverse looking. So these are nice when I have an edge that's too sharp and I can just blend it in a little bit. I find that helpful for that reason. Yeah, so that's starting to get where I would like to be. I need the specifics today. And we will take a look in a little bit what people are doing in the Discord. So those of you who are in the Discord, keep posting away and I will come in and take a look. I will say these paints, as I'm blending things, they feel really velvety smooth. But the thing is, they're not thick like the Michael Hardings, so they feel velvety smooth, but it's very, very thin. Oh, I need to mix up some white. I feel like there's a couple white areas that are not working. So let's get some white. And I'll get a pinkish color. Let's do, what did I use last time? I mean, it looks like a peach. Let's just try this. Okay, I am discovering I don't like mixing with a brush because it's taking up too much palette space. By the way, everybody, What are your studio snacks? Because Jordan told me that he likes to have snacks that he can eat with one hand because he's always working at his desk. I usually don't eat very much when I'm painting, but if I do, it's probably some kind of cereal bar. It's sort of like teaching. Like when I teach, generally speaking, I don't get hungry. It's almost like if I stop to eat and relax, I'll get off the teacher train. Okay, let me get... What happened to my other... Oh, this is the one that I was using to blend. So this one I got to clean. I need to clean better. I think the past couple of days, I haven't been cleaning regularly, and I was getting a little stressed out because at the end of the session, I had this like horrible pile of brushes, and that didn't feel good. Clean my palette more often, clean my brushes. That is going to help me, I think. And also, speaking of cleaning, tell me if your studio, tell me what degree of chaos you've gotten there. Mine's a mild chaos. It's not totally out of control. It's not Francis Bacon. Okay, who here has seen Francis Bacon's studio? It's like, oh my gosh, how did you even step into that studio? That's probably the most chaotic studio I've ever seen. Or if you've seen other art studios, tell me what you have noticed about them. Yeah, this paint, it does feel very good in my brush as I'm just painting it on the palette. Oh, I lost a lot of form here. Okay, this all has to go. I don't know, maybe it's good that this did stay wet because it's letting me do more with the rag that I didn't have before. Oh yeah, that's way bigger. Because I do like the blue. Even though it's weird to have a blue tree, do people like the blue in the underpainting? Should I keep that? I'm thinking I will, but need to check with the jury first. Oh yeah, I totally lost everything here. Look at that. Ooh. Oh, that feels really good. I just put on a very, very thin layer, and that felt nice. I really liked that. Okay, that's a little bit too yellow. I think I need something more pink. So let's mix that up. So that way I have two base colors for the tree. I don't want to have just one highlight. Oh geez, these pigments are pretty strong. I only added a little bit of red, and it's actually very pink. That's one thing I will say out of all these colors I've used the Geneva, which I'm doing today, from Michael Harding, and also Gamblin. And they're all very good with pigment. I can really feel that. I mean, that's the main, well, one of the main differences between the professional grade and student grade. A lot of the student grade, it's just so much filler, which you don't get very strong pigment load. And that's why they're more expensive, because the pigments cost a lot. Okay. Okay, that feels really good. Oh, yeah. Oh, does everybody know what I'm talking about? Like just the feel, how it feels. The most vague way to describe something. I'm trying to build up, there's this like cluster. I feel like it got really smushy before. I might even say that that upper right-hand corner is done. I really like the strokes up there, so I may not do much more in that area. We'll see. I do that quite a bit where I try to identify maybe there are parts of this that are already done. And that's a way of trying to figure out what to tackle next. That maybe there are parts you really don't need to work on them anymore. Actually, there's a stupid bloody hair in here. Anybody else have an animal fur problem? I never did. Buddy's the first dog we've ever had. Ooh, this feels really good. Wow. I'm going to zoom in because I'm going to work here for a while. And hopefully that helps you guys see a little better what I'm doing. Right. And by the way, everybody, if during the stream the video doesn't look good or bad focus, let me know. Just tell me in the chat. Okay, so like this is reminding me why I like oils. Oh, they're just chef's kiss. This is the one I really missed out on. There's this branch down here that I made it way too small. It's got to be a lot more substantial. So I'm going to pull out a lot here with a rag. Yeah, I made it way too small last time. All right, maybe it's good that this thing barely dried at all. Oh, too dark. I think I gotta mix up something better here. Let's take a quick break, see what people in the Discord are doing. Let's see. So Butter says you're getting your supplies off the free list, trying lots of underpainting, trying your lone tube of water mixable, still drawing, but feels pleasantly grabby, not toothy. I like how we always have to make up new words to describe what it is that we are doing. Lisa says, okay, so this is a new version, but changed it a lot. Lines and shapes are multiple tones. Happy with the hair. Let's take a look. Oh, I love the hair, Lisa. Look at that variety of shape. And also these shapes, they're all very, very similar in value. And that is something that I don't think I do enough of, having low contrast in an area. It's a great way to create a sense of volume. Manette, back to the turkey vulture today. Loose line in watercolor. There's going to be gouache in here eventually. Isn't that amazing There's so few lines, Manette, but I totally see the vulture. Look at this. At such an early stage, you can see the gesture of the wings. Bookworm, doing some sketches. References are from a music video. Oh, cool. Yeah, that is really cool lighting. Trying this in oil pastels. Okay. So here we have the initial sketch. I like how simple and loose it is. A good sketch for something like this doesn't have to have detail. In fact, the detail can be a distraction. Okay, Smaj just started these 2 oils. It's been so much fun. You know what I've really enjoyed seeing in the Discord is people finishing so many pieces. I feel like there's a lot of people who are working on some things. And, oh, I finished this. I'm starting a new one. That's amazing. We feel so productive, don't we? Okay, so let's take a look. Oh, I like how big and substantial these look. Like they look very, it looks like something I could grab the way that you've articulated them. We also have this one, very different, all architectural. I really like these little pockets of the thick paint because here the red is almost washy. It's very thin, but that's where when you have a moment of thick paint, it sticks out a lot more. Sylvia making progress on the painting. Oh my gosh, a lot of progress. Oh my gosh, this must have taken forever to fill in, Sylvia. That is so incredibly active. That's something I would not have the patience to do, which is why I like seeing other people do it. Silver Song started an underpainting with the cacao pods. Those are images that I shot in Hawaii. Oh, you've got some beautiful, delicate pencil lines here. I love seeing the beginning. Do people here like seeing the super early beginning? Because I'm fascinated by that part. I feel like that's where I really learn what the artist is after. This is from another butt. Just transitioning to oils. Here's my latest oil. Shows my late father and my son. This has so much activity here. But you know what I really like is that we can really see the mass of your father because the child feels very small. And I think oftentimes the shoulders, those are parts that a lot of people underestimate. It's very common for me to tell people that the shoulders are not big enough. And then I just love the interaction. He's so boisterous and the way he's looking on. It's a lovely portrait. Okay, so Feng did a bit more work on the cherry painting. I mean, isn't this fun? We're looking at pieces that people started 3 days ago and we're starting to see the progress. Like this one, Feng, I don't think I've seen you add these details yet. I think last time I looked at it, you hadn't done that. And then pulling out some of these blues, that's really nice in terms of value. Oh, and you did the branches that I didn't do. Okay, good. I need to get those in. I know I've been procrastinating. Marta has last major bridge elements, truck and mini crane. I feel like this is grand scale, 2-dimensional Tinker Toys. Marta, the way that you're building things up. All right. Oh, we have another one. This is Nancy. iPad the other night. Wow. How did you get this, Nancy? That really I mean, that really looks like your mixed media collage pieces that I've seen in art club. Wow. So many beautiful glazes, but then this also looks very almost slick the way that you've painted the hair. It's a nice contrast. All right, let's take a look at some more of your comments. Keep them coming. Feel free to pick my brain about anything. I mean, I think the questions people are asking are great. And I hope that all of you are learning as much from each other as you are from me. Yes, works every time. Eye candy. JC is asking, do you generally subscribe to the percentages idea of 60-30-10 for values? I don't know what that is. So JC, if you want to follow up and tell me what that is, let me know. Do I paint on my mouth? Oh, shoot. What is that? Okay, that's better. It wasn't that much. Selena says, never seen Francis Bacon's studio. Mine is not quite his level, but it's up there chaotically. Norris is here from Latvia. Happy New Year. Deb says, I would like Saturday marathons. Think that would be better. Include most time hour differences among everyone. It's so hard. I mean, we have people from everywhere. No matter when I program it, there's going to be somebody who's not able to watch live. And a lot of it has to do with my schedule as well, because Saturday mornings are generally when we do our workshops. Although Jordan has started doing workshops, and his workshops are Saturdays, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's difficult. I mean, you try to accommodate everybody, but it inevitably becomes impossible. Another butt is asking, what are some of the paints that we shouldn't really let touch our skin? Cadmiums. You don't want to get those on your hands. There may be others. Do people, well, also lead paints like Krebdens white, flake white. You don't want to get that on your skin either. Deb Lee says, please do more marathons. Think you were right about watching too many time-lapsed videos and not taking the time needed. I like your slow, relaxed way of painting. I think I'll enjoy painting more. It's a very different thing than when I'm doing video production or updating the website or Discord. Like when I'm doing that, I'm doing it at 200 miles per hour. That's just how I function. But when I paint, it's almost like I'm entering a time portal, and time has different meaning, because I've really learned with myself, and I think this is the case for a lot of artists, if you try to rush through a painting, it doesn't work, because we need the mental space to think through so many decisions that we are trying to make. And I've learned that it's just not helpful for me to be like, oh, I got to make progress. Like it always, it feels bad and it doesn't get good results. Okay, so JC's following up. 60-30-10 is that you choose a scheme such as 60% mid values, 30% darks, 10% lights. The idea is that it creates a balance while ensuring variety in value. Oh, I haven't heard about that, but there's too many numbers for my brain. I don't think I can handle it. I mean, there's a lot of specific techniques. For example, a lot of people will use the rule of thirds. There's also the golden ratio. I feel like I'm missing one. But anyway, there's a lot of systems like that. And actually, I'm wondering how many of you guys here use those systems? Rule of thirds, golden ratio, and there's also, I guess in figure drawing, there's also line of action is another thing. And I'm not a big fan. If you want to know why, just look up Art Prof line of action. You'll find it. Anyway, if these systems work for you, that's great. I'm just saying that for me, line of action I have issues with because it doesn't align with the anatomy a lot of the times. And I feel that the anatomy is the most important thing. That you'll see people adding lines in certain places on the figure, and I think it's a problem when those lines are not doing what the skeletal structures are doing. And sometimes it's like really, really off to the point where it can be misleading. Yeah, so tell me in the chat, how many people here have used some of those systems? Which are the ones you've used? And why do you find them helpful? I want more white. I sort of like this pale bluish tone that's in here. So I'm not sure that this orange and pink are exactly what I'm looking for. So let's just get way more white in there. I mean, these are harder to mix because they are not so solid like the other paints, but they're okay with the palette knife. Like, I would still use the palette knife. I'm going to put a little tint of the ultramarine blue. I want it to lean a little bit more cool, maybe be a little bit less saturated. It's way too pink right now. Oh, that's better. Okay, so this is more of a muted pink. I think will be better. Ooh, I like that color. Good. Okay, let's see if I can bring back some of these forms. Or here's another one using a grid system. Some people find it very helpful. And I know for some people, it's a really good entry point for drawing. That's sometimes if drawing is something you're feeling not super confident about, that sometimes that's a way to make that happen. But I will say I do grid when I'm doing something really big. So if I'm doing a drawing and it's 4 feet, that's not a place where I want to just guess, because chances are I've worked out the composition a lot. And I don't want to waste the time doing that. Or, if you're doing like a mural or something, I think that makes a lot of sense. Although murals are so much work. Oh my God. Who here has done a mural before? Because Mariana Santos, who Kat and I met up with in Portugal, does so many murals and they're gigantic. I'm like, how do you have the physical stamina to make these? Or tell me some of your favorite mural artists. I mean, there's the Mexican muralists were absolutely brilliant. I think out of those artists, for me, it's definitely Orozco, Jose Clemente Orozco. I know a lot of people like Diego Rivera. I like his work too, but something about Orozco, his murals to me, they have a little more bite. That's a personal taste thing, by the way. That's not to say his work is better. It's not. It's just different. Oh yeah, that's better. That's showing more the weird turn of the form. Okay, this needs to totally go. I'm losing something here entirely. I am loving the rag. It's so good. Just trying to get more of the structure back because I feel like everything got really mushy last time around. Here, you almost have like an elbow. Wait, juts out. So I guess part of me is almost looking at the tree as a bunch of bones. Well, that's fun. Actually, I'd love to hear if people know other mural artists, because I really don't know that many. Who's that? Swoon. Do people know about Swoon? I do really like Swoon a lot. Swoon does a lot of wonderful murals. Although I haven't looked into her work that much. I feel like she does more than murals, but I can't remember. Maybe somebody here can look it up. I'm going to do a lot of rag today. Ugh, this one has so much dark. Ooh, guys, it feels so good. Oh, I love how it feels. Oh, it's just the most amazing thing. I need a cool white. I feel like this pink is too warm. So let's scrape some of this up. I'm tempted to use the cerulean from the Gamblin set, but let's stick with the Geneva. I just want to see. Because they don't have a million colors. I mean, my guess is that because it's such a small company that they probably don't have the resources to create lots of colors. So they don't have a cerulean type blue. Okay, I think this is going to help. That pink was a little bit too much. And again, here we're going to use the Silicoil brush cleaning tank. This is better. I wasn't doing this the other day. I was just painting straight. I wasn't cleaning anything. I mean, sometimes I like that because it does make it so I can paint without any interruptions. But it was kind of chaos yesterday. Things got crazy. Not really. Okay. All right, we have to pull out. It's a pretty bold one here. Now, I wonder if I should dip my rag in oil medium. Maybe that would make it lift a little better. Let me try it. Because some of these spots I want a lot brighter. Okay, so here there's oil medium. Oh yeah, that helps a lot. Oh, nice. Okay, I like that. That is very helpful. I really like that. Nice. Oh, this one needs a lot. Okay, let's get some of that really bright blue. Pull out some of these spots. I think I'm losing some of the highlights. Like here, it's so pink. Do other people feel that painting or art making is a place where you have space for it in terms of not rushing or feeling like, oh, I got to get it done? I mean, unless you're on a deadline and you're working professionally, but I do feel that life slows down when I paint or draw. That's one of the reasons I really like plein air, because plein air, you have to really focus and be in the moment. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit because I'm going to start working on some of the other areas. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of person you are, because I'm just running at a million miles an hour during the day. So much I need to do. I just like, oh, I just plow through it. I don't want to do that with my art. Like that truly would be upsetting to me if I had to live that way as an artist. Trying to re-pivot some of the direction of the strokes. Oh, this is a cute little branch. It's like super wiggly at the bottom. Oh, I like that. Oh, it's so cute. Okay, this is the one I really need to work on though, because it's very substantial. It's got a weird shape. Oh, it's very round. Okay. I think I know what I'm missing, because it kind of comes up here. Like it sort of looks like a candy cane almost. And there are bigger chunks of form, and so I need to get rid of a lot of this. This is the stage you have to look so hard. That's why I'm moving so slow, is because I'm really, really trying to look at what it is I'm trying to do. It takes a lot of time. The looking is more time consuming than the painting part. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, I'm seeing here another but says painting and drawing helps me escape after spending half of my life, little over 20 years, in architecture. So I'm wondering, do people feel that painting is an escape for you? Because it definitely is for me. And you know something? When I do this live stuff, my family doesn't bother me. Because I hate interruptions so much. It drives me bats. And as somebody with with two little, not two little kids, they're teens now, but they're always interrupting me. about everything. I mean, the number of times I've been interrupted because I have to see some orangutan. And the thing is, they always say it to you in this like emergency voice. And so you're like, what? And they're like, look at that. I'm like, okay, yes, that's beautiful. You know something else? I've got way too much paint on my brush. I feel like these paints are better when you use them in smaller quantities. All right, so I just put that down, but now I'm gonna wipe it into the paint. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take a couple details and get those into the Discord, and then we'll take a break and look at comments. There's a party happening in the Art Marathons channel. It's so great, you guys. Okay, so those Discord, if anybody's looking for more accurate images of the painting. Okay. Oh, I like this. Shorty Angel says, I don't feel like it's an escape for me. It feels like being super present. I keep getting white on my mouth. What the heck? Why is it always in that one spot? There's a reason to not use flake white. That is not a spot you want lead paint. Christina says, I paint in layers, but these paints seem more suitable for direct painting. I believe they are formulated for alla prima. How would you manage fat over lean by layer 3 or 4, given how much medium is already in them? Very slippery. I mean, I'm realizing with this paint that I was using too much of it. It's much better when I work some of it out of my paint. I'm having an easier time moving it around because I did have a couple spots. They didn't feel squishy because I don't mind squishy brushwork, but they felt like gelatinous blobby, and I don't think I like that. I think using these, I would just keep the layers very thin and just wait a long time in between layers because this isn't even close to being dry, not remotely. The cherry painting from yesterday did have a few dry areas. A lot of it was very tacky. It really was only the cadmium red that was very wet. Lisa says, I drew for 3 hours during chemo today. Sometimes art is my version of on TV, something to do to pass the time, which I feel professionals would scoff at. I don't know it's that people scoff at that things, but that people make art for so many different reasons. It is a different lifestyle if art is a hobby or if it's something you do for fun, or some people it's for a way to have a more therapeutic experience. And I do have times working on pieces as a professional that I don't want to call it stress, but there's nothing therapeutic about it. It's maybe the way to say it. Oh, so Quiet Zone says he only makes those 5 colors. He's a big believer in teaching people to mix their own colors from those 5 colors. I can see that. This is my thing. I just feel like the blue. What blue is this? French ultramarine. I love French ultramarine, but I can't live without cerulean blue. And I'm not saying he should. I mean, he's a small, independent retailer. But that's interesting. I didn't realize that was the case. Os Gemeos, twin brothers from Brazil. They did a very colorful mural on the Greenway in Boston a few years ago that I liked. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, George. Of course, I can't remember, but I feel like I know what you're saying, and I remember how stunning they were. FOM says, I do miss the liquid painting solvent-free. Linseed oil is taking so long to dry. Is lavender spike oil a better option? I have never used it. However, and I'll put this in the Discord for people to see. When I was at the art store the other day, I was just noticing they did have spike lavender oil there. And it was really expensive. There was a little bottle there. Oh, here it is. These are the two that I saw. Okay, let me just read it out loud. Okay, so this was Chelsea Studio Lean Medium, Safer Natural Medium for Oil. Okay, so this, I don't know if people can see this. It's in the Discord. This little bottle, this is $37. I just can't, it's like a bottle this big. And then the other one, I believe it was also Chelsea Studio. Okay, this is Lavender Spike Oil Essence. Safer natural solvent for oil painting. No carcinogenic fumes. Okay, so this is the one I saw at the store the other day. And this was Chelsea Studio. And again, this small bottle, 4 fluid ounces, $48 for that. I was like, are you kidding? There's no way I'm going to use that. So for me, because of the odor people have told me about, and also I'm not spending $48 on a little bottle like that. And I do miss the liquid painting myself. I think between the two, ultimately, I think I would prefer the ones with the solvents. However, for people with a home studio, this is absolutely better. And there's a lot to be said about being able to do this. I mean, I used to oil paint and I'd wait until the summer because I could have all the windows open. And this does make it possible for me to paint in the winter. But yes, the slow dry time is painful. Quiet Zone's asking, if you shook the Geneva paint tubes before using, it tends to tighten up the paint a bit and not make it so runny. I did not, so thank you for the reminder. Actually, the French ultramarine is pretty stiff, even after shaking, but I should do that for the yellow because the yellow is very, very... Oh, and the burnt umber, they had that handout that explained that the burnt umber needs time to thicken, but they've had a shortage, and so it's not as thick as it's supposed to be. Another butt says, is the vertical still commissioning artists, or did they... Oh, Vatican. I was like, what? Or did they just run out of room, or are artists just sort of staying away from religious themes? Are there any famous painters today? Are you saying famous religious painters today? It's a complicated answer, but the main thing is the structure of how artists live and work today is totally different than what it was like a long time ago. One thing that I would consider, somebody like Velázquez, he was the court painter for King Philip IV in Spain. US presidents don't have court painters. That's not a job that exists anymore. And long time ago, a lot of those commissions, like Caravaggio did a lot of commissions, and it was for the church. I don't know that they're not commissioning things anymore necessarily, but I don't think it's done with the intensity that it was done before, because you have to remember also there was no photography. And so if they wanted any images, it had to go through an artist. There's all other layers to this as well. I mean, The most visible commissions that I think are done today are, for example, the Obama portraits. Kehinde Wiley did the one of Obama. The Michelle Obama one was done by Amy Sherald. So those were two extremely high profile portraits. And there are the really traditional portrait painting commissions of governors and stuff like that. But in general, it is seen as a rather dull, conservative way of painting the portraits of governors. So that's why when the Obama portraits came out, that was a really big deal. That, number one, just visually, they didn't look like those run of the mill presidential portraits. I mean, I loved that happened. That was such an amazing thing. Okay, so another butt chair says, just getting back into drawing and painting after some years of dormancy. System. I just did a brief review of my art history books, looking at the stuff that was done before, but that's it. Okay, another, but if you could follow up and let me know, are you trying to figure out how to get yourself back in terms of what to actually do? Are you looking for inspiration? Art history is very overwhelming for a lot of people. It's just so freaking big. I mean, look at those timelines that they have. And for a lot of people, it's so big that it's easy to say, that's too much, I can't do it. But art history is absolutely critical because I think ultimately being an artist, you have to have an awareness of what came before you. You have to know what's happening right now because everything that people make is a reaction to the time period that they live in. And if you aren't thinking about those things and you're making work in a complete vacuum, I think you're missing out on a lot of things. There's some really wonderful things to look at. The webcam doesn't like me. Maybe I can. Sometimes if I hold my hand still, I don't know. You guys know what I look like. Okay, so we have Nancy uses rule of thirds, so does JC. We also have Anna's not a fan of rules, despises grids. So Omar is asking, what do you think about cubism? This is my personal taste. I'm not saying its place in art history. Clearly, cubism is a big landmark in art history because it broke all kinds of rules in terms of how work was made. I think it's okay. I'm not super excited about it, but that's because I tend to like having a little more fluidity in paintings. But again, that's me. And just a lot of it looks really flat. But I mean, that's sort of the point of cubism, is for it to be that way. I guess I really like atmosphere. And so if there's no atmosphere, for me, it's not as exciting. So tell us in the chat, how many of you like cubism? How many of you feel meh? And how many of you really don't like it? Great question. Jen says, I intended to paint and share in the Discord, but your guinea pig passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. Might use it to inspire me and make a painting of her. The very first guinea pig we had, his name was Bubba. We got him when my older one was in kindergarten. I think he passed away when my older one was in fourth grade. I've never at that point had ever seen my kids that upset. I mean, they were just crying for days after that happened. It was, I had no idea that pets could have that kind of impact because I didn't grow up with pets. I wasn't really knowing what to expect, but that just absolutely broke my heart to see what it did to them. Oh, Christina says the lavender spike oil made my eyes sting. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, Anna says it has a very strong odor. Yeah. I mean, 37? Really? Is it that great? I just can't imagine that it is. Okay, so another but is following up. Just looking for awareness for the history stuff, but also interested in looking at what is done today by everyone. We have two streams on our website. If you just put into the search bar, start learning art history and also start learning contemporary art, we have a lot of concrete tips for how to go about doing that because I don't think it's a good idea to look at a timeline. That's the first way to make yourself overwhelmed and not do it. But we have a lot of suggestions in that stream that you could take a look at. There's two streams, actually. Okay. So there's the reference. Today might just be a day I spend a lot of time on the tree. I'm not sure, but it's just like a lot. And I feel like in a painting, I don't like to be missing things. It's one thing if it's a detail, but this has so many like branches and things. I feel like that would be bad if I didn't get those in there. Okay, I think I was working on this. Let's get that going. I'm going to use that very cool blue. So for these Geneva paints, I'm thinking for me, not using any oil medium, which makes sense. They have oil medium in them. And to not load up my brush. I need an iPad. My phone is not big enough for this. Oof, that was not as fun as I thought it was going to be. I thought I'm going to make this cool stroke, but no. Let's try that again. That's better. I'm trying to twist and turn more. This branch is so weird. Like, what is happening? Actually, speaking of Picasso, okay, I got a homework assignment for you guys. Okay, well, the main question is who would win in a fight, Picasso or Faith Ringgold? Contemporary artist recently passed away. And I'm asking, and you should all look this up because I think it was at MoMA. They have a Faith Ringgold painting and a Picasso painting that were installed right next to each other. And it's significant because it's one of Picasso's most famous paintings, is Demoiselle d'Avignon. There's a Faith Ringgold painting right next to it at this museum. I think it's MoMA again. Who would win in that fight? I thought that was a really interesting curatorial decision. And that's where I think a lot of times we don't realize how important that side-by-side comparison becomes until we've seen it. Another version of that would be Kehinde Wiley. And I have a reel on this. So if you guys just look up Art Prof Kehinde Wiley, you will find this. they had a Thomas Gainsborough portrait. I think it's called The Blue Boy. And it's at Huntington, the Huntington near LA. So one side of the room has a Thomas Gainsborough Blue Boy. And then Kehinde Wiley's painting is on the far, far other side of the room. And that is his contemporary interpretation of the Blue Boy. And I just thought that was brilliant to have that side by side comparison, because oftentimes when you go to a museum, it becomes this, okay, here's the contemporary wing, here's 17th century painting, and that's important as well to show. I'm not saying it isn't, but how cool is that to have those things side by side? So, okay, who would win in a fight? After you look at that display, Faith Ringgold right next to Picasso, who do you think would win in a fight? How many people have heard of Faith Ringgold before? How many people haven't? I think she's one of the most underrated artists out there. I think she was an incredible artist. And I did get to hear her speak at a printmaking conference, and oh, I just loved her. She was amazing. JJ is asking, in a fist fight. Mm, see, the thing is, we can't gauge what their physical bodies were like. So maybe, how about intellect? Okay. Faith Ringgold versus Picasso. Intellect. We're not talking about fist fight. I love our audience. You guys need all the specifics. Oh, jeez, there's so much stuff I need to follow to do this. I mean, I think I'm very biased. I would have to say Faith Ringgold. I think she is really incredible. Although, good point from Blue Wren, Ringgold's painting is very heavily influenced by Guernica. So maybe hanging the bathers is not a fair fight. You know, it's interesting. There was a New York Times article, and they interviewed a whole bunch of contemporary artists. And the article was their relationship with Picasso. And Ringgold did say she really did feel Picasso's work had presence in the context of art history. So remember, we're talking about intellect, not fistfight. I feel like fistfight, we need to look up some buff artists. Although I think Lauren told me about that. I haven't seen the guy, but apparently there's somebody on Instagram who is a super buff ceramicist, and he throws things with like his shirt off, and it's like totally a thirst trap. I'm like, oh my gosh. I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to judge, but yeah, I thought that was funny. Okay, I need to get into this eye area at the top. I'm going to add some red into this so I can get a little bit more of a maroon. because there's this very deep divide. This eye area is pretty important. Very squiggly up here. Oh, this is the part I'm missing. The way that goes up. Yeah, this spot, I feel like I need more definition. Because this is a pretty dramatic area here. And I'm going to carve out back here some highlights. So that's just me trying to define the form a little better. Let's get out the super mop brush. I'm going to pull up some of that stuff. Ooh, I like that. That was fun. This area is a little tricky. There's a knot in here. So maybe I'll just pull out. I'm going to use a little bit of oil medium because that area I think I really do have to get rid of a lot. And then there's a really harsh edge. That's another thing is I'm looking at what's a harsh edge, what's a soft edge. And I don't think that was something I was very conscious of when I was in undergrad. Okay. Who won, you guys? Did anybody count? Faith Ringgold or Picasso? Artscape says Ringgold because her art was a history being passed on. It was drenched in activism, whereas Picasso painted about suffering and didn't seem to connect it to anything specific. You know what I thought was amazing about Faith Ringgold? I didn't know that she was an elementary school art teacher. That's amazing. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I really just respect her as a person, because activism, as you're saying, that was a big part of who she was. And I just think a lot of people don't even realize that. Ugh. Yeah. DJ Poopy, I don't even think Picasso would participate in an intellectual sparring match with a woman. Okay, a lot of people think Ringgold. I just think when you have an artist who doesn't get immediate success early in life, just think about how much you have to go through to keep your voice alive and keep making that work. She's somebody, it took a long time before the museums really recognized her. And I have so much respect for artists like that. And unfortunately, that happens a lot with women artists, where they're just passed over for decades. And then you see articles about woman gets her first museum retrospective because she's 95. And I find that very frustrating. But she's one of those people who did not start out famous. It took her a long time before she got that recognition. Shorty Angel says, I think I have a much better appreciation for Picasso's presence, even though I don't like him as a person. Well, that brings up another thing that is a little dicey. So, everybody be respectful, agree to disagree about this. Do you separate the art from the artist? That's a big topic that is talked about all the time. And Picasso is certainly one of those artists who has been a part of that conversation because he was a really terrible person. And there's a lot of artists like that who are in so many museums. Like Gauguin was not a good person either. And so some people, the arguments are we cannot separate them. We have to consider that. And other people say, well, the art is one thing, the person is another. But I'm just curious, what's your take on that? The separate the art from the artist. I don't know that I have a decision either way because I think it's just very complicated. But it does frustrate me that there's a lot of artists being celebrated and absolutely no mention of some of the pretty awful things they did in their lives. I don't know. It's really, really tricky. Picasso would cheat somehow. Would not be surprised. Norris says, I recently had an assignment at art school to paint a still life in cubism. I was worried that I would make a bad painting because I'd never painted in cubism, but in the end, I got the highest grade. I mean, there's a lot of assignments like that where it's like paint this in the style of this artist. In my opinion, for high school and up, I think what's more helpful is to do a master copy because that's where you really get insight on the artist. Who here has done a master copy before? And if you did, what did you do? I did John Singer Sargent. I think I did a couple of Velázquez studies when I was in art school. And that was incredibly helpful. But that's really cool that you'd never done it before. And remember, everybody, if you have a question, make sure you type question in all caps. It just helps me see things. Oh, really good question, Alexander. So a master copy is basically where you take a painting by another artist and you copy it. And a lot of people think that the goal of a master copy is to get it as precisely exactly the same as the painting. But that's not true. To me, a master copy doesn't have anything to do with getting a really accurate outcome because the whole objective behind a master copy is to get into that artist's head and to break down, okay, how do they create these effects, to try techniques that you normally wouldn't do yourself. And so the final thing doesn't matter at all. It's like leftovers. What you take away from a master copy is that process of being in their brain for a little while. It's a wonderful exercise. I really recommend that everybody does it. Good point from Omar. I think the hard thing to accept is that bad people can make beautiful things. Yep. Okay. Actually, let's take a quick glance at the Discord. What are people making in there? Oh, wow, a lot. Butter is doing another night of pastel landscapes. Oh, look at these. Is this brush butter that you're using on the soft pastel? Because when I looked at it, butter, it really looked like a painting. I did not think of it as soft pastel. Those are some beautiful Oh, sorry, I should make this bigger. Okay, so we have HEPA lesson. Oh my gosh. You started this a couple days ago, right? HEPA lesson? I can't remember, but I think you did. Wow, look at the buildup. They look super crunchy, which is perfect for this painting. Oh, that is so rich with texture. Fantastic work on that brushwork. This is DB. Great progress. Oh, I just love seeing the details. I like how you distributed the purple because there's a little bit of it in here, but then this like rich hunk of purple in there. And I like how these leaves are sort of jumping on top of the tree. It's extremely dynamic. And then this one really, really thin part looks like it's wandering off or something. This is from Loose Beatty, who is doing, I see a dog. Oh, you're using the Daniel Smith watercolor sticks. I'd love to hear from you about those because a couple of people sent me those and I'm excited to try those someday on a live stream. I like this part a lot. The way these two things are just getting into each other. It's very fun and interactive. Oh, coffee. Oh, you made a lot of progress. Oh, coffee, I really like what's happening here. So we had talked, because coffee's in the realistic painting workshop, we were talking about painting in between the trees. Because oftentimes what people do is they will paint the sky and then paint the leaves over it, and that's it. But actually, what you need to do is paint some of the sky in between, and that's where the painting gets a lot more lively. I'm so happy to see that improvement. The crane finally has the truck that it sits on. Oh, this is super intense, Marta. Look at that. Is that acrylic ink? It looks like it. That is the most intense truck. It looks like it's on fire. And we have Geo Harding. Oh, yes, yes, this is totally the mural that I was thinking of. I just couldn't come up with the visual, but thank you so much. And this is Bookworm having fun sketching along with everybody. It is so fun. And I like what we're doing all here, that people can feel like they're not put on the spot because it's not like you're in the live stream or something like that. Oh, this is Rats with Shivs working more on my dragon. Wow, I love these just big, poofy brush strokes. Look at that. Really nice work on the shading. That's difficult to do with painting. Oh, okay. So Marta says yes. It's acrylic ink, and Loose Beatty says the Daniel Smith watercolor sticks are great. Great way to get the pricey pigments in huge quantity for the price. Excellent. Oh, we also have here from Marie just posted. And oh my gosh, Marie, the color. Oh, that improves so much, especially these really bright coral colors. And the hand, I think you made a lot of progress. That's, oh, it's so fun for me when I get to see the progress. Okay. Oh, I gotta stand back. Gotta do that as much for my back as for the painting. Do you want to get livelier with the brushwork, but I do feel like right now I'm just fixing a bunch of things that really need a lot of work. I believe the master copy that I did in school, other than the Sargent one, I did one of Velazquez. It was one of his many portraits of King Philip IV. And I've always thought, like, did he just get really tired of painting the one dude all the time? I mean, that must have gotten tiresome after a while. And some of the portraits are sort of silly. The ones that I think are really hilarious. So if you look up Velazquez and you look up King Philip IV, there's a lot where he's an adult. But there's a really funny one. Oh wait, maybe it's his kid. But there's a portrait and it's like a toddler is like on a horse in like full uniform. It just cracks me up that people do that. There's a lot of like wiggly strokes in here. Ooh, I like that. I am loving this rag stuff. See, Cantrell says Velasquez was getting paid. He didn't have to like it. I mean, that must have been like the sweetest gig ever, being a court painter, because you just always had work. Ooh, I like how wiggly that's getting. That's cool. I do like all the odd motions in here. Okay, there's a pocket here that I need to make more clear. I do think these strokes are pretty fun to do. It's weird. It's like this is a tree, but it's super wiggly looking. You know what I'm talking about? Wow, this needs to be brighter and bigger. This I'm enjoying. I don't know. I feel like this painting knows what it is. It doesn't have an identity issue. I'm saving the very, very thin lines. I'll do those later. This part needs to be a little more bulbous. I feel like it's not doing that enough. I'm trying to get a little more flow here without it looking mushy. This, I really feel like this is two legs. I mean, it really looks like ginseng here. Actually, I did some dry point prints of some ginseng a long time ago. They were intaglio. Those were really fun to make. Oh, here's a cool story. So I had those intaglio prints, and they're of. So those intaglio prints were pictures of ginseng roots. And you know who bought them? It was a Chinese medicine doctor in China who bought that. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. So he hung them in his office, showed me the picture. It was so beautiful the way he hung it. It was like perfect for their office. And it just goes to show that the reasons people buy art are oftentimes not the reasons that we think they are. So often people are buying things for reasons we would never dream of. And I just always thought that was so interesting. I think sometimes it's easy to think, oh, well, work's not good. But it's usually not that. It's usually that you haven't found your audience yet. I think it was Jen. Jen, I feel like you told me a really long time ago that a woman bought your cat painting because she said it looked just like her cat. I mean, that's such a different, that's another reason. Like, who would ever have anticipated that that's why somebody would buy your cat painting? This tree is so weird because it looks sort of fleshy in a couple spots. But the thing is, it's also, it's a tree, and we know that's stiff. Shoot, I feel like I'm getting lost in the little spots right now. Just, I don't want to underestimate the smush. Oh, here's a question. Shorty Angel says, anyone do a year review of your art? Not sure if anyone's still on Insta, but I always love that trend and I'm looking forward to it this year again. I haven't done mine, but I have done them in the past. And actually, a couple of people I know, artists, have already posted theirs. And I haven't had a chance to get mine together, but I was looking at my Instagram. I was like, okay, let's see the past year. And I think I've made like 5 paintings this year. And it's not because they took forever to paint. But yeah, I didn't make much past year. Too busy doing all these other things. I think I need like a gray here. I'll get some gray with a little touch of blue. Because this whole section in the middle, this really has to have more the medium value. Oh, here too. Okay. I'm trying to get a little more playful with the strokes. I'm sort of losing some of my darks though in the process. Yeah, time for me to I feel like I'm painting super slow to the point where I feel like I shouldn't be, but there's just so many parts to this tree. It's just really complicated. I got to deal with this. This area is super complicated. Oh my God. Oh, what is happening? I'm getting so lost in just all the pieces. So many parts. Gosh, this part is so weird looking. And I'm not really thinking about color, by the way. I feel like I should be, but there's too many things going on. I'm just trying to capture the direction of things. Get into the nuances later, but it's like showing that hump. This part is really complicated. There's a lot of things going on. It's a lot. Jeez. I think I like the sort of fast looking strokes. So here it's very pink. I'm going to try to get some blue strokes in here to break up the warm parts. But I'm still trying to jump around the tree. I don't want to spend too much time on one. Okay, this spot. Oh, I feel like it got super blobby. I think I should go to the rag. I think the rag would give me a little more direction. It's too many strokes here. I don't want so much paint on there. I'm just going to do some rag stuff. I feel like that would help me. So I'm looking at the reference, but I'm not working hard to make it very exact. And I like the rag because it can really push things across. Let's get some strokes that look a little faster. Hmm. Get some really wiggly lines in there. I also want to have a couple branches that really push back into the distance. Oh, I totally have been ignoring this one. This one really needs, this is a very bold spot, so I'm going to really work it with the highlights. Just so they get out there a little more. Let me take a photo. I don't feel like I've shot a photo at this. So we can get that into the Discord. And again, some more details. I think I saw a question in the Discord. I see questions here as well, so I'll get to those in a minute. So yes, your painting's giving me the same vibes as this driftwood. Oh, that's real. Oh, sorry, I didn't share my screen. Oh, yeah, that looks. It looks like taffy. All liquidy and weird. Okay, so Scylla says, are there any rules we should know before doing a master copy, like size? Can it be sold, or is that taboo? If it's public domain, you can. Is public domain, is it 90 years that the artist has to be dead? I can't remember. But if you did a master copy of a Sargent painting, that would be fine for you to sell. But copyright's a whole other can of worms. But I do want to post for people because we do have a lesson on master copies, and we have that. It's part of our painting basics track. So in case you don't know what our tracks are, it's a series of video lessons and prompts. So if you want to get started with painting, that is a good way to do that. So I just put that link in there. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Starving Artist is asking, the brushes look like synthetic bristles. Your brush grip is different and your strokes are more relaxed. How do these feel compared to the natural bristle ones? Oh, it's like silk. I mean, the old brushes I had, these are the old ones that I have. These are really coarse. But the ones that I bought yesterday, this is like very silky, very, very soft. I mean, it really feels like a completely different experience. I like this, Jen. Don't should yourself. How many of you here have that should voice in your head? We do have a lot of that going on, and I think most of us can't help it to a certain degree. But I hear it a lot. The students say, or people I'm talking to will say, well, shouldn't I be on social media? Shouldn't I make paintings that are more real looking? Shouldn't I paint prettier pictures? And I'm curious, tell me in the chat, have you had any of those shoulds? And maybe they're coming from other people. I actually think one of the most frustrating things is when artists are told by their families how to either develop artistic careers or develop their pieces. Because you know something? The things that people tell me that their parents tell them, they're so wrong, especially about the industry. People will say, well, you need to go into this field. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. There's so many misconceptions about what's actually involved in a particular field. And oftentimes we don't think about so much research has to happen, because I think that it's common, and I had the same thing when I went into school. I really did not know what illustration really was. And so that's one thing we've been trying to do, especially in the Discord, is when people ask us about preparing a portfolio, and I'll say, well, what do you want to prepare the portfolio for? They're like, oh, it's just an art portfolio. And I'm like, listen, depending on who you're sending that portfolio to, it can be very different. And so a lot of that is gaining knowledge of the industry and what it actually looks like. Angela says, I'm picking up so many tips from your style of painting. It is amazing what you can learn watching others. Oh, yeah, I think it's just amazing. And so much of the time, what we learn as artists, we don't get it from somebody telling us something. We get it by watching somebody do a thing. And I feel that is the same thing with teaching, that one of the best ways to learn to be a teacher is to watch somebody who's really good at it. And I know a lot of what I teach is deeply ingrained in the things that were shown to me. And I think that this whole concept of, okay, teacher and student, I mean, yeah, that's, you got to have some of that in there. But the thing about that is it's a two-way street. I mean, I tried to really push when I taught at RISD to students. I said, listen, this is not just I throw some things at you. You have to really participate as well. So some good comments in here. Mark says, master copy, very helpful. But I also do a small section of painting focused on brushstrokes, thumbnails, and notes on composition with lines, arrows, and circles. Oh, that sounds cool. JJ says, I did a copy of a Berthe Morisot piece a couple months ago. It really helped me to achieve the kind of spontaneous looking brushwork I've been wanting in my art for a while. See, that's the takeaway from the master copy. It's not the painting itself. It's learning that skill and finding it to be something that you can apply in your other pieces. George says, I should myself. Also, you knucklehead. Alexander says, my mother-in-law is my biggest fan and worst critique. I mostly ignore her should because data on art is from the 70s when she went to college. Okay, I got a story for you guys. When did I teach this class? Maybe this is in like 2018. So I was teaching a professional development class for seniors at RISD in the printmaking department. And I was talking to one of the faculty who had taught that class before. She was telling me all these things that I should do. She hands me this book. You know when you see something and it's just like screaming 1970s, like you could tell from the font and the color that this was just like 70s book, and it was about how to be a professional artist. And I just looked at this faculty member. I'm like, are you serious? You want me to teach with this book that you used in the 70s? This is how you want me to teach professional development? I was like, oh my God. The same faculty member, actually, oh gosh, I can't believe this. I was helping the students prepare their resumes, and this faculty member says to me, you're teaching them to write resumes is too businesslike the way you're teaching them. They need to focus on getting internships. Like, really? You want to push them to take unpaid internships and that's better? And when is a resume not about this? I just was like, oh my God, shaking my head so hard about all those things. Brian says, I think I try to not compare myself to other artists, so the should isn't there. I think I advance when I'm caught up in the artistic moment. Oh, that's a great way to think about it. And the comparison thing, you can't resist it most of the time. How many people here compare themselves to other artists? And is that something that you think gets in the way? Because I don't really think I do it. I think I look at another artist and I analyze it. I'll say, well, what is it that I like about this? How can I do that? I think I compare myself to other artists in terms of career stuff, but not in terms of the artwork itself. Deb says, isn't it typical that for centuries artists are the rebels and reject what, quote, should be? How twisted that artists are telling other artists. I know, it's like, for a creative field, there are some very closed-minded people out there. And it just frustrates me when people feel that pressure when it's really not necessary, when people tell you what you should be making. Jen says, I would get too into my head and feel like I was making my art wrong and get really frustrated. And then people who would care about me would get frustrated with me that I couldn't let these ideas go. We can't help it. Those ideas are really important to us. I really think only another artist could understand that. We also have, okay, so interesting. For Javi says, I think a degree of comparison can be useful if we keep in mind we are all different. That's a great way to think about it. Yes, Shorty Angel, it's a human impulse. I think we just naturally do it. If it leads to self criticism, I try to stop. If it works as inspiration, then green light ahead. I will say, though, as much as I'm always telling people, listen, look at other artists and this is important, have that awareness, I also think there's a time and place to just not look at anyone and just be with your work, because sometimes that's a huge distraction and it really gets in the way of what we want to do. So there is a time and a place. Just say, nope, not going to look at anybody. Just going to look at what I am doing. Let's do some more. I got to work on this. That area's not looking so great. Okay, let's go for the ride. Actually, I got to step back. Because my kid told me the other day, she said, Mama, you're 48. You might as well be 50. It's like, thanks. I don't care. I love being old. There's so much stuff you just stop caring about that seemed like a really big deal when I was younger. Older folks, do you feel the same way? Because a long time ago, I was like so stressed about these things, and now I'm like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. I know that sounds like I've given up or something, but it's not. I think there's a real freedom in not getting so frustrated about things. Because then I look back on all the worry and I'm like, that was not worth my time. I don't think it was until I turned like 40 that I stopped caring about those things. In my 30s, I still cared about a lot of things like career advancement and success and all those things. I just don't care right now. I mean, I used to be super obsessed with career, but I'm like, I just want to do well here. Like if I do a good job on the YouTube channel, that's enough for me. If we succeed in helping all of you learn, I'm so happy that that is what's happening. That's enough to sustain me, and I don't think that was ever the case before. Although I confess, I do want RISD to come begging, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think I have to become a billionaire for that to be the case. Otherwise, yeah, not happening. Feels good. Oh my gosh, everybody. I think, I don't know, maybe it's just that your priorities change, or, I mean, that's always happening in life. But I think for me, the big wake up call was I saw my ship sailing in academia, and it's just, you can read the writing on the wall. I mean, in what other field are you less desirable when you have more experience? It will never make sense to me. Okay, this part, I don't like these big chunky strokes. It needs a little more something. I feel like it's chaos. I mean, it is chaos, but not the chaos that I want. And maybe younger folks can tell us, what are some of the things you worry about? Because us older folks can tell you, just give it a few years, you won't be worried about it. When I let go of trying to get shows and stuff like that, oh, I felt much better. Okay, let's get a brush. I'm going to use one of my coarser brushes because I think I want strokes that are not quite so smooth, because there is a coarseness to what we're seeing here. So this is a brush that has no paint in it, and I'm just going to use this to push paint around. Because I feel like some of the strokes I'm doing, they're just like too nice and smooth. I want something a little bit, and some strokes that misbehave a little more. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Oh, I like that. It's more like a dry brushing thing. Like here, it looks like noodles. It's like too gooey. Oh, interesting. We have Artscape who says, I was told by a professor that I should have had my portfolio for BFA app ready my freshman year. Here I am still working on it, due in March. Oh, see, when it comes to timelines like that, nobody has any right to tell you when it has to be done other than the deadline. So here's another thing. I was just talking about, oh, the shoulds that we tell ourselves. Have you had a situation like Artscape where somebody told you you should do this thing? Because that's also something which can be really not good for a lot of people. Because then sometimes people feel the pressure because, oh, a professor's telling you, so you feel like you have to listen to them. But let me tell you, there's some bad advice out there. I want to see what happens if I use my knife. It might be too busy, but let me try this. Oh, I don't like that. The paint is not thick enough for that to work out. Okay, let's go back to the really coarse brush. And we're trying to make marks that are more disruptive. And actually, I need to pump up some of the darker areas, like here. It's more like a mid. Because I want this to pop better. Oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun with this painting. I really like this painting. Like, I never feel that way. Like, what's happening? keep wanting to do everything all at once. I got to do some more rag stuff. There's a lot back here that's not happening right now. I think it's largely here. I just feel like some of the strokes are really thick. I need something more delicate looking in that spot. I'm so glad I did this teal. It's working really well for me. I'm just going to wipe this down so I get rid of some of the brush work. Actually, let me get some red. I feel like I need to go around some of these spots. Oh, but before I should wipe away and then put the red around. Okay, that's what I'm missing. Because some of the red is getting a little bit too long. So wiggly. Weird. Very odd strokes. So this is a place where it's like, yes, those roots are definitely not blue, but I'm just going to leave them that way because I think it's fun. And also, this is the type of thing I can't do this later when it dries. So this is definitely the time for me to be doing any rag work today. Oh, weird. Back here, there's like all these roots that are hanging down. What is going on there? Weird. It's this. There's this like weird flowy stuff that's hanging down. That's very strange looking. What is that? It's like a little waterfall back there. I have no idea what that is. Okay, we're going to do, let's focus. For me, rag, coarse bristle brush. That's what I'm doing. Okay, rag, focus, Clara. Let's do it. Do this. Okay, so that's a priority because if I don't do the rag stuff now, I'm not going to. Okay, got it. Okay, so that has to happen, regardless of me wanting to work on other parts at the same time. Let me zoom out because there's a bunch of things I'm doing at the bottom. That should do it. Okay, focus, rag. That's what we're doing. Oh, I'm looking at, I feel like I haven't done anything. I know I have. It's just sometimes it feels like nothing's happened. Ooh, I like that crunchy branch I just did. I'm sort of shocked. Like, why is this painting going well? And actually, I do need to bring some of these in. And this, I think this has to be really pronounced. This one stroke is so dramatic. No, rag. Stop getting distracted. I have to do rag stuff. Oh, I need a smaller. I gotta clean my brush. Okay, I'm gonna clean a couple brushes and then we'll come back and look at what people are saying. Tell me in the comments, because we're talking about teachers. Share something about an art teacher you had. Anything. Good, bad. I'll tell you some stories. I've got a lot of stories to tell. I had a professor who actually I really like a lot. But the one thing I didn't like about the way he ran his class is that whenever we came in to do critique, so we'd hang up all our stuff on the wall. Yeah, I need a break to wash all these things. And he would basically critique the work from best to worst. He didn't say that, but the way he would start the critique is he would say, okay, this is the prompt. Look around the room and which piece do you think really exemplifies what the prompt was about? Inevitably, you have to pick the one that you think did the best job with the prompt. And then after we critiqued that first piece, he would say, okay, what's another piece? And so basically what you're doing is you're critiquing from best to worst. And I felt bad because in most critique situations, people get tired. And towards the end, sometimes the crits are not as long because everybody's just tired. And so inevitably, because this happened, it was always the same people who were getting their critique last. And I just thought that must be such a bummer. And that's one of the reasons why when I started teaching and we begin the critique, we just start randomly. I'm like, okay, let's talk about this piece. And then I jump around because then there's no sequence of best to worst that you have to worry about. I always found that really not cool. But the professor I'm talking about, I loved him. He was amazing. All right. Ugh. I feel like I'm not doing anything. Is that weird to say? Maybe I need to look at the previous version to see if I actually have done anything. That sounds stupid. Okay, let's go. I gotta step back though. I gotta look at this. Because the more you get into the specifics, the easier it is to lose yourself. Definitely think the whites are not good, but color-wise. But the thing is, I can always do glazes over those. So I'm not worried about the particular whiteness of the painting right now. It's sort of chalky, the white, but it's not something that I'm concerned about because of the glazing option. Butter says, my only art teacher, before Art Prof, was in 4th grade. Mr. Rucker, magical person, found his website recently, not active for a few years. Wonder if he was lost to COVID. Still inspires me. Isn't that incredible that people we meet so early in life, the impact that they make on us? It's like you remember everything about them. Jessica says, my art teacher in high school had a visiting scholar and friend. During my class, she fished out a drawing I did and showed the scholar and said, take a look at this. She's a freshman. One of the best compliments. I still remember after years, she still never really talked to me. But to hear people bragging about you to other people, it really boosted my confidence as a shy, awkward kid. I think having some place in your life when you're young where you can feel seen and you can feel confident is extremely important, because so many schools, it's like the emphasis is all on testing and grades and stuff like that. And I just wish that there were more spaces for kids who aren't good at science and math to do well. And unfortunately, a lot of those arts programs are getting cut, and they're never going to cut math or science. But I was just thinking today, I was at the gym and I was thinking about how arts are not that prominent in a lot of educational situations. And yes, I'm very obsessed with John Baptiste right now. I think I've mentioned him before. Not like Hugh Jackman obsessed, but I'm listening to his music all the time. And I was just thinking, how much of the day do we spend listening to music? And how, if you take away music class, there's so many musicians, potential musicians in there that never have that opportunity. So actually tell me in the chat, how much of the day do you think you're listening to music? For me, it's not all the time, but when I'm working, I'm zoning out on some music. Definitely when I go to the gym, I have to have music. But I mean, that's sort of a shallow way of describing why art is important. But I think it puts things in perspective sometimes. And for me, even just understanding what industrial design was, because somebody told me that the way they describe industrial design is anything in a house that's not alive. Somebody had to design all these things. In fact, you know what my husband got, which I love this thing. Has anybody seen? It's like a Roomba to vacuum your house, but this is so, I'm like, how did anybody invent this thing? Put it together. He's like showing me how to clean it. And I was like, well, how do we clean it out? He's like, oh no, actually this thing, it cleans itself. I was like, that's incredible. I mean, of course, that's not just art, that's engineering and things like that, but I'm just blown away. Yeah, so Brian here says, high school art teacher, art was one of the few subjects I enjoyed. He was popular. I am glad I grew up when art was a priority in schools. Artscope says, if you know a student doesn't want to be a studio artist full-time, wants to dabble in education community art, would you tell them to only get a BA, or would you encourage a BFA? Wants to dabble in education community art. I probably would get the BA, because BFA is all studio. And when I was at RISD, there's zero community engagement. I mean, I taught at RISD Project Open Door for many years, and that was the one RISD program that really did get out and work with the community. It didn't happen that much, though. I mean, RISD really was its own little bubble, which I thought was kind of a bummer, because there's so many opportunities that you can do on a local level for students to engage with. JC says, my art coach emphasized that painting is a learnable skill. So many of us were taught the opposite in school. I think that's a prevailing opinion just in the general public. It's you're a talented artist or you have nothing. And so you shouldn't even bother. But I really wish that the average person was encouraged to have a sketchbook. Can you imagine if everybody in the world had a blank sketchbook and was asked to carry it around every single day? They would do something creative in there. There's no chance you wouldn't have that reaction to a blank book. And it's not the same as a notebook. A notebook has those lines in there. Sketchbook is different. And I really feel like if people were encouraged to do that more, they would find that it's a really wonderful outlet. And that those doodles, they can stay doodles, but they can become other things too. Salinas is asking, what are the strengths of coarse versus soft bristle brushes? It's really in the range of the mark. For example, the soft synthetic ones that I have, they sort of glide across the surface, very slick. Now, the coarse one I have, you can see that some of the strokes, they they're harsher. They don't have that smooth quality to them. And I think it's just another way to make sure you get a greater range of brushstrokes. Awesome. I'm so glad, Jennifer. Got me off my butt to paint 4 small paintings yesterday and today. How many people here made work because of the marathon that maybe you normally wouldn't have spent the time to do? Because I'm seeing that people are really liking that part of the marathon. I mean, I like it because I get to paint. Thank you so much, Taraboo, for the super sticker. Again, we always so much appreciate your support. We need it, especially now with so many people concerned about the economy in the US. We are so grateful to have that. Plus, you get a cute little animation when you send us a super chat. We also have so many great topics people are talking. When did 48 become old? It's all relative. It's just that's the oldest I've been. So therefore it feels old. I mean, for me, some of it is when you start living some of the stereotypes that you hear, like, oh, my back aches. I'm like, it does. Like, it always aches and it didn't ache before. And I don't have significant back problems and I'm just achy. Nancy says, I made work because of the marathon and tried a completely different style that I am loving. Oh, isn't that fun when you try something different? Because I don't think people always have to be doing something different or new or dramatic, but sometimes when you have something like this that is getting you to work in a different context or schedule, even, it does feel like, oh, that's a time to play around. Because I think a lot of us, if you're just by yourself, and you're not engaging with anybody at all about your work, I think it's harder to do something very different. Whereas I do find, especially because in places like our Discord, especially, but also because we have spaces like Art Club, which is a smaller group within the Discord, and you get critiques from me and voice sessions from staff, that a lot of people egg each other on. So sometimes somebody will come into Art Club and they'll say, well, I'm thinking about this. And then you get 3 people who say, oh my gosh, you should try it. Sometimes it's one message that gets you to try it when you ordinarily would not try it. Jennifer is asking, when you glaze in oils, what is your preferred medium and how dry do you let it get, or do you glaze wet? Well, for this one, I'm going to be using the solvent-free medium, but normally I have an oil medium recipe that has linseed oil, stand oil, and solvent, Gamsol is what I usually use. Are you asking how dry I let the glaze get? I mean, when I glaze, it's all wet. I don't know if that answers your question. Feel free to follow up if that's not clear. Awesome, Jen. I'm painting because of the marathon. I'm so happy. And George dug out some watercolor. Oh, George is saying art in public schools. In 1870, Massachusetts passed a law declaring drawing instruction is a vital part of public school education. I love that. So C. Cantrell found a group of urban sketchers in Chicago. Has anyone heard of them? Yeah, that's a huge group. I mean, from what I've seen, they have meetups all over the world in different countries. Tell me in the chat, has anybody here done one of those meetups or participated? I feel like they have a conference somewhere that's annual. I mean, I think you all know that I'm a big fan of urban sketching. Oh, okay. So Jennifer says, how dry is your canvas? Oh, totally dry. Because if I start glazing and I start lifting up the paint from underneath, the glaze dies. I have another question for everybody. If you could have coffee with any artist, living or dead, who would it be? I don't know who mine would be. I'm tempted to talk to somebody who is like Rembrandt. But then the other side of me is like, maybe it'd be more fun to talk to an artist who is under-recognized. An underrated artist. Actually, I would like to talk to Artemisia Gentileschi. If you don't know who she is, look her up. Incredible painter. I'm going to come up back here. Bring some of this back. I feel like this got too opaque. Okay, it's all about the rag right now. That's so fun. Oh, I keep getting crap here. Oh, shoot. I need to like bunch up my rag because it's like getting in here, which is very bad. I'll just fix a couple of those spots. That is not something I want to be the case. Okay, we got to really bunch up the rag now. I guess I'm a little worried about the tree looking too gooey. But I don't know, maybe that's not a bad thing. So tomorrow's the last day of the marathon. And all of these streams have been 4 hours. I'll try something different for tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on how much sleep I get tonight. Oh, that was kind of nice, adding that mid-tone. Trying to connect things. I feel like I have a lot of random strokes that are a little bit difficult to deal with right now. This branch disappeared, so I got to bring it back. All right, so we have some answers who we want to have coffee with. I'd like to have coffee with Benedict Cumberbatch. That would be nice. He counts as an artist, right? feel like I'm not being playful enough. It's hard though, because sometimes I feel like when I try to do that, the painting just descends into chaos. And that's not a good feeling either. Like, who do you think would genuinely be like a really like nice, pleasant person to have coffee with? Or I don't know, maybe you want to have a dramatic coffee. Who knows? But if I want to have coffee with somebody, I don't want to be stressed out. I just think about an artist who would be pleasant, but who would also have something to say that I can't get out of a textbook. Oh my god, this I need a like baby rag. This is way it's like getting all over the place. Shoot. I'm gonna cut my rag. I'm just gonna do a little tiny piece. It keeps happening. Shoot. That's very bad. I don't want that. I'm just gonna come in here and fix some of that stuff. Oh, it's like everywhere. It's super annoying. I gotta clean up back here too. Ah! Oh my god, I keep dropping everything. Actually, I am truly clumsy. Like my family, they don't want me to carry things. Like when we go shopping and we buy something delicate, they're like, no, don't let mama hold it. Oh, I can't just I think I gotta get back to the harsh brush. Okay, I'm gonna lean way back. Get further back. Okay, we're gonna get playful. I'm gonna try, but sometimes when you try to be playful, you're not. I'm holding this at like the bare edge. Actually, I don't like that thing that I added back there. I don't know. It looks sort of flat and bad. Maybe this will help. I do like the blue behind the orange. I do think that looks pretty good. Like that really pops well. I don't know. I guess I'm worried it looks too gooey. I feel like it's lacking some structure. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm using this brush is so I can be a little coarser. Because that can, I don't know, but now I'm worried that I'm blending too much. Maybe I need to smush more. Hmm, that was fun. I feel like here I got really lost. More texture. All right, did we come up with those names? Who we want to have coffee with? But see, here's the thing. There's some artists who I think their work is amazing, but I kind of don't want to hang out with them. I don't want to hang out with Caravaggio. Although, I don't know, maybe he would match my intensity. Who knows? Let's bring back some of the darks. Well, so much for focusing. I'm like all over the place now. Oh, you know what I should do? I should use one of the crusty brushes. That would be better. Okay, that's a crusty brush. Okay, let's do that for the dark highlights. So I guess the plan is right now I'm building up the value in the shadow, and then I can work on the color once it's dried a little more. Some of this got a little bit muddy. Yeah, you really do not need medium for this paint at all. Like, who would be a really like nice, pleasant person to have coffee with? I would not want to have coffee with Francis Bacon. He's a little scary. Brilliant painter, but I don't want to hang out with him. Okay, here I need to focus on this. This is a part. I lost so many darks here. They just like disappeared in the middle. Okay, we're going to go back to the coarse brush. I'm going to for real, loosen up and make some disruptive brushwork. Okay. I'm getting a little stressed out that it's getting super muddy. But I just need to bring a lot of stuff back, I think. Some of the nuances got a little lost. Like here, I really lost the value. A little bit more, and then I'll take a look at the comments. Make some of this a little darker. Or maybe I just want to have coffee with an artist who makes really good coffee. Oh, you know who makes good coffee? Andrew Raftery makes really good coffee. Oh, I had the best coffee at his place last time. It was just like really, oh, it was so good. Yeah, he knows how to make a good pot of coffee. He's somebody would be nice because he's got that beautiful house. I feel like I'm jumping around a little too much. It's sort of hard to stick with one thing. And where's my baby rag? Oh, here it is. got to make sure I'm always using this because I keep losing track of things. Oh, I totally lost this. This is like here. Oh, it's like totally gone. Okay, let's take a photo. Let's see if we can get some of these messy strokes in here for people to see. Okay, so I'm putting these in the Discord so people can take a look. All right, let's see who you would like to have coffee with. Jeffrey says, Jeff Koons would be a good conversation. That man is business. I watched an interview with him and Anderson Cooper. And to be honest, what he said about art was not interesting. It was very bland. I can't remember what he said, but it was something very generic, like art is about play, and I wasn't impressed. Oh, Lisa says Wayne Thiebaud died at 100 and still painting. He was a teacher most of his adult life. He's my coffee buddy choice. Oh, I didn't know he was a teacher. That's really cool. Amanda says Toulouse-Lautrec. Yeah, you could go to the Moulin Rouge with him. Although the only Moulin Rouge I want to go to is the one with Aaron Tveit. Selena says Leonore Feeney. Who is that? I never heard of that artist before. Okay, Salinas also says printmaker friend I met on TikTok, so we've never met in real life. Well, that's fun. JC says the root is organic and flowing in a cool way. I'm having a pareidolia experience and see a face and skull. I think it's coming from the round now near the top. Pareidolia is bad. It's a human thing. Oh, I never heard of that before. DJ Poopy says Jean Giraud Mobius would be fun for me. Oh. Jeffrey says Kandinsky. Nancy says Frida. So does Shorty. Ilsa says Morandi would be another one, but I have a feeling it would be a quiet coffee break. I feel so bad, but Lauren and I came up with Blandy Morandi. That's what we call him now. I really like his work. I think it's incredibly soft and subtle, but I feel a little guilty when I call him that. Alexander says Michelle Weber. Oh, I've never heard of her either. Jen says, so sad, the marathon is almost over. Yeah, a lot of people are telling me that. Neil is saying the same thing. Any chance you'll decide to do these weekly to finish your paintings? Oh, I don't think I would last. I don't think I'd be. I mean, if I didn't do anything else and I just did this, maybe I could pull it off, but I don't think so. If you guys want all the other programs to collapse, that's probably what it would. But I am toying with the idea of doing it once a month. I feel like that's the most I could ever do. But a lot of it depends on other programming, like workshops if I'm traveling, and that's a special thing that's happening in March. But I did schedule some art alongs in January with Jordan, and those will be 2 hours. It's not the same thing. But see, I think it's very funny that you guys like the super long streams more than the shorter ones. I guess it's just a different rhythm to work in, like sort of the intensity and continuity is what I'm guessing. Oh, I love that Butter says this. I'd want to have coffee with the artist who lives in my neighborhood, a literal 3-minute walk away. but I don't know who they are, what they're creating. Wish I did. Sometimes you have no idea what's in your backyard. It's a really lovely thing. Bob Ross. Now he would be fun to you just like, oh, lowering your blood pressure talking to Bob Ross. Oh, Amanda, Jenny Seville. You know something? She came to my graduate school and lectured. I mean, I love Jenny Seville. Okay, I think her work is extraordinary, but she's not a very good lecturer. Just a little bit monotone. And actually, the thing that really struck me about the stuff she showed is she had a whole bunch of reference images that she showed, and some of them were really, really violent. And I had trouble looking at some of them. And I had no idea that she was using reference photos like that. I mean, it was interesting, but it wasn't one of those lectures that I was like electrified by. Who's somebody? I feel like I went to some lecture where that happened, and now I can't remember. It's just been a while. Ryan says Jacob Lawrence. Oh, I loved seeing his work at MoMA. Jacob Lawrence, amazing. Me. Well, it's just like this. You know something? I think it's very funny because you know how some people have an online persona that they've created, and that's fine. People do that. But I met up with somebody in Portugal who had been following us for a long time. And she said to me within 5 minutes, she's like, Clara, you're exactly the same in person. I'm like, I can't do this like alter ego thing. I just am who I am. But I don't know. I found that sort of reassuring that people didn't feel like I was very fake. Because you know what do you guys think it is that makes you feel like somebody's not being genuine? Because that's the thing we hear about a lot on social media. People say we want people to be genuine. We really like the content when it's like that. But how you really define genuine? But I probably say, well, so I watched this live and it was with JoJo. Some of you millennials may know JoJo. She's a very popular pop singer. And so she was in Moulin Rouge with Aaron Tveit. And it was this video where they were just like sitting around. And it was meant to be one of those like behind the scenes things. And there was something about the way she was talking that I felt like she was still like not quite herself. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but I mean, Hugh Jackman's amazing, but he's so like charming and you feel like he's being very genuine. At least I do. Hang on one sec, everybody. I think I better check on Buddy. Think about the realistic painting workshop. Oh, you know what would be better? Who would win in a fight, phthalo blue or Prussian blue? Hang on. I gotta get Buddy. Buddy, come here, Buddy. Come here. Yeah. Okay, come in. Yeah, you're right here. You're gonna say hi to everybody? Are you? Buddy's here. If you guys wanna, where are you, Bud? There he is. Does everybody see him? Hi, sweetie. You gonna hang out with me? I think there's nobody downstairs. He doesn't like it when nobody's downstairs, so he has to come up and say hello. I think he's finding a spot. Yeah, there he is. He just smushed onto the ground. See, I think phthalo would win. See, Shannon agrees. Come on, phthalo is so intense. Prussian blue is just dark. It's not like electric phthalo. Phthalo would win. Yeah, Buddy's really big. He's like bigger than a person. I think he weighs like 100 pounds. Yeah, he's really big. I know. I love Hugh Jackman's eyes and his voice and oh. Okay, so Jeffrey's saying that it's tone of voice, and other people are saying, okay, so the Shorty Angel says a similar thing. There's a tone of voice that feels fake to me, or saying something that seems incongruent from everything else they say. Phalo is rock, paper, and scissors, says Butter. Rowan says Phalo would knock out any other color before you finished your sentence. I agree. Okay, I want to take a quick glance at what's happening in the Discord. And then, oh dear, what are we going to do? I think crunchy brush. Nancy has added 2 layers. Usually I use white gesso, but today I tinted the gesso with my favorite blue. Ooh, it's really subtle, Nancy. Like here it looks like white, but here it's like the slightest little bit of blue. Yeah, it doesn't have that chalkiness because of that little bit of blue. That's great. Oh, this is Leonore Feeney. Let's take a look. Oh, she looks like a surrealist artist. Is she contemporary or is she from a long time ago? Okay, so DB just went crazy on the bottom with my palette knife. I too will be sad when the marathon ends. Let's see. Oh, I see these strokes. They're fighting with each other. Oh, these marks are desperate. That's so intense, DB. I love it. Lisa's playing with digital. Needs more roots. Oh my god, there's so many roots in this. Wow, this feels like very ghost-like, even though I can see how much they're planted into the earth. Maybe it's this like tail. Okay. And we also have, okay, so DB's mentioning would never have attempted this if it wasn't for the marathon. It's a huge challenge for my skill level, not done, but making progress. But oftentimes the hardest thing, everybody, is starting. I don't know why that's so hard. Once you're painting, it's okay, but it takes a while. Oh, look, Silver Song has gotten started with the purples. So you can see here Silver Song has written some of the color names. I love the. Is this like glittery Silver Song? I think that's really lovely. Last cream done. It's funny. I don't know if this is just me, but I always look at everything as a figure. Like to me, this is like a person who's like bending over. I just see everything as being a figure. Oh, Leonore Feeney was a contemporary and friend of Leonore Carrington and the Surrealists. I was going to say that female figure did look similar in that vein. Oh, yeah, Dora Carrington. Oh, the amethyst is by Daniel Smith. Oh, why are there so many freaking colors? It's just too tempting. Potter's pink, Jeffrey says. I never heard of that. Has anybody heard of that color before? Okay. We need texture. Absolutely. That is what's missing. I feel like it's too. Yeah, I definitely need the gooiness out of here. but a little more red. A little bit more. Knowing that that will not be as much of an option later. Okay, we're really going to dance now, you guys. Oh, I don't like that I painted over that. Oh my god, all of this stuff got like ruined because I was really bad at that. I mean, this is one of those spots, I call it the plateau. It's that point in a painting where you know it's definitely not done, but you're not totally sure where to go with it. Let's work out. I'm going to get rid of the paint in my brush so it's a little bit more dry. It still has paint in it. Very messy, jeez. I need to be more aggressive. I think I'm being a little wimpy right now. Speaking of color charts, DJ Poopy just mentioned that because we were looking at Silver Song's thing. Did you guys find, if you've done a color chart, have you found it useful? Because I really did not like color charts for so long, and I was like, this is such a waste of time. But the one that really has helped me is the one that I'm sure some of you have heard me recommend in the past, which is the complementary color chart. And that teaches you all the different ways you can create grays. For me, that was an extremely helpful color chart. So have you done color charts? And if you have, what are the ones that have helped you? Because we did another one, I think it must have been when I was in the painting department at RISD, and it was useless. It was basically like a value chart with colors. I was like, how is this helpful? It was not. Because I do think sometimes color charts, it's like they're just busy work sometimes. And that I really don't like. Looking at some of this yellow, I think this is getting really gray. Trying to distribute this more. Don't like this. This is like super muddy. What's going on there? That's not supposed to be like that. It should be. Oh my god, what was I doing up there? That's a wreck. Got to get rid of this altogether. Because this really needs some fine definition. See, that looks very painted on. I need to get it to integrate better with everything else. Reminder, hold the handle. Oh, I think I'm having trouble getting the darkness because it's just getting kind of muddy right now. And I'm going to blame that on the paint being very wet. So when I was in art school, the way color charts were done, they were typically done with gouache. So tell me if you're talking about color charts, what media did you do them in? And it makes sense to me because I think gouache, at least when I've done the color studies, it's a matte paint, and I do think that makes it easier to see. All right, and I have to keep cleaning this brush because I don't want to get a lot of pigment in there. Just gonna let this dance everywhere. Yeah, that's more stroke than I want. So here's a spot as well. I think I want some, I don't have a lot of like mid grays that are dark. Like not quite a mid gray, a little bit darker than a mid gray. It just feels really messy right now. Huh. I've seen a lot of people make very intricate swatches if they have, let's say, a marker set. I know I should, but I never do because I'm like kind of lazy about it. I don't like this spot. It looks so flat to me. I don't know. I keep thinking the rag will do it, but now I think it's getting a little muddy. You know what I should do? I think I should come back. I should maybe work on some of the other stuff. Yeah, I think I'll do some work in here. This is really muddy right now. It's bothering me quite a bit. Okay. Oh, there's like a little pocket of orange back there. I should add that. That would be really helpful to pull out that space back there a little. Okay, gotta clean. You guys should have a drinking game for every time I spill or drop something. I definitely wish I had a bigger palette. Typically, I like to have a palette that's 18 by 24, but I just don't have space for it. I feel like I should, if we ever do another painting marathon, I'll need to revisit my setup because there's definitely a bunch of things I think I could do better. Okay, what was I gonna do? Oh, that bright orange. Okay, let's do a little bit of mixing. So we're gonna take some of the red. I need some like bright, thick orange. So this is gonna be a lot of yellow. Let's try swatch. It's under here. This needs like much. Oh, that needs way more yellow. By the way, everybody, I made a video recently on acrylics. It was like 2 weeks ago or something. And it was what I wish I knew about acrylics. So I'd love to hear from all of you what I wish you knew about painting in general, any material. What are some things in retrospect you wish you knew earlier on that would have really helped you? For me, it's definitely about edges. I don't think I ever thought about edges before. And that's why a lot of my paintings were very stiff. So I wish somebody had pointed out to me when an edge is crisp, when it's very, very soft, because I think sometimes people mistake blending with edges. Blending can be some of that, but it's not everything. Ooh, this is muddy too. Oh, not good. Maybe if I load it up a little more, it'll help. But this is pretty important, this one spot, to build up more of that structure. Okay, so for me, it's the edges. And the other thing is painting thin. I wish I had thought about that because it never occurred to me. Like I just sort of assumed that all paintings had to have that like heavy body look. Oh, that's good. That brings that back. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit because I'm going to work on that area for a little while longer. Whoops. There we go. Because you just learn what you can learn. But I find anytime I learn anything, there's always like one thing that I'm like, oh man, that would have made my life so much better for one reason or another. I feel like with drawing, I wish I had embraced texture earlier. I mean, you guys know I'm all about the texture, but I wasn't before. And I think it held me back. I was really obsessed with blending things when I was younger. Oh, okay. Let's get some. So there's this sort of like bright orange patch back here that I want to pull out. And let's get that to blend a little more because it's a bit too soft. Oh, no, 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 no. That is not the bobbiness I want. Oh, actually, there's way more of it. It's like all the way up here, too. Bag, where are you? Oh, here you are. Okay. I feel like a lot of what I wish I knew has to do with materials, actually, because there are a lot of materials that I didn't know about that would have really helped. For example, that silicoil brush cleaning tank that I told you guys about. I didn't know about that thing for a long time. And then when I got it, I was like, oh my God, where have you been my whole life? Yeah, I really need to. I've totally neglected this whole area. Oh, and actually, you know something? There's like all this grass here. That definitely calls for the rag. So this I'm going to really get very strokey. Oh, that's fun. I kind of like that. It's more of a staccato type of stroke. Oh, that's fun. Okay, good. I like that part. Finally, something that I like. Let me zoom out. I'm going to work on the whole bottom area. Spot I want to work on. Oh, here's a big one. I wish I had been willing to look at contemporary art. When I was younger, I was one of those people who was like, all contemporary art sucks. And that's not true. That's a really big thing that I wish somebody had been able to talk me out of that attitude, because that really was a rotten attitude that I had early on. What is happening back there? Oh my gosh. Let's pull this out. I want to make this really blue back here. Oh, I kind of like this spot now because now it's sort of like falling apart. Zoom in. Gosh, I really lost a lot of the darks. Maybe I should go back to that purple dark. Maybe the blue and the burnt umber are a little bit too dull. I think the red might help actually. There's a couple spots I really can't have no value. Oh yeah, that makes a big difference. Up here too. Okay. I get these to sit more. Oh, I'm having fun with the background. That's cool. I like this little spot. Oh, maybe I should make this part bright back here because it is sort of bright. What is going on here? I don't know. I don't want to take too much away, but it's kind of nice the way that is. Get some variation. I don't want to have too much like flat orange. I'm kind of losing this. Well, I think that's okay. This still needs to be brighter. I need the crunchy brush. Where are you? I was looking at an Egon Schiele painting earlier today, and I did post it in the Discord, so if anybody wants to take a look, it is in there. But I liked his painting because it was like crunch. Like it sounded like eating. Well, okay, so there's a diner in Massachusetts, and it's called Johnny's, and they had this amazing crunchy French toast. And so it was basically French toast, but they had like cornflakes on top of it. And it was so good. And I really miss that crunchy French toast. But I was looking at that Egon Sheila piece thinking, oh my gosh, that's like crunchy French toast. I gotta figure out what's happening down here. Oh, I think I have an idea. What if there are these like very, like, I gotta get all there's too much oil in my brush. That's another thing that I think I didn't think about very much was how much paint is in my brush. And I think most of the time when I was painting back then, I had way too much in there. These like little grasses back here. Oh, I kind of like that. It's a little bit. I see Lisa also wants French toast. There is a cafe I go to here, and I always get their French toast because it has this really just, oh my God, the sauce is so good. And there's like berries on top. I haven't been there in a while. I should go. Oh, I think I like that. Oh, Bud, you want to go out? Okay, honey, hang on. Bud, first you have to say hi to everybody. He's saying hello. I really like it when he wags his tail. He has a huge tail. You guys remember when he ruined my zombie fromage drawing? Oh my gosh. You were so innocent, weren't you? Now, do you want to go out or not? Yeah, I think you do. Okay. Say bye to Buddy. Buddy, come here. Let's go. Come on, sweetie. You go out. There you go. Buddy likes to make cameos in our videos. And his latest thing, he's so obsessed with squirrels. Has an absolute fit when he sees a squirrel out the window. Oh, sorry, I didn't share my screen. Sorry, I know I can't move my the software we use. I can't move the place where my head is. So sorry that's blocking some of that. Let's do some darker orange down here to indicate. So I'm just adding some ultramarine to make that maroon a little bit darker. I think it would help to have, yeah, this part is really dark. Sheesh. I didn't even see how dark it was. It's right here. There's like a little hole. It's weird. I never really painted landscapes when I was younger. I guess I was like so obsessed with painting the figure that I just never bothered with landscape. So this is very much a learning process for me too, and that it's not something that I typically have a lot of experience with. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the comments. And I'm also going to take a photo and post this in the Discord. And I'll post a couple close-ups of some of these new spots that I did, especially in the lower corner. And up here too. All right. Selena says, my dog's latest thing is ducks. We have to put them on for going out. He throws a tantrum. You have no idea, Jessica, just how big that tail is. He's a little bit messy right now. He hasn't been to the groomer for a little bit. Neil is asking, will the trees in the background stay blue and turquoise? I think they will. I should spend a little time on that background because I may want to make the trees more pronounced. I don't know. Jury's still out on that. So JC says, started in acrylics. It took me a while to figure out the hardest part is edges. They dry so fast. Many acrylic teachers don't seem to address soft edges instead of everything looking pasted on. Yeah, that's the main thing is edges allow an area of paint to really sink into the composition. And so sometimes you guys will hear me say, oh, that looks painted on. I mean, yes, it is painted on. But the point is that sometimes it feels like, oh, you have a surface, you paint something on top, and it looks like you could just take it off with a sticker. And so the softness really lets you create a little bit more depth because you don't want to feel like your strokes could just be peeled off. That making it look very flat. Starving Artist says, wish I had kept a limited palette as advised. Would have saved so much money and confusion. Use same 10 colors now and mix every color I need. I wish I'd been told that too, because when I started learning oil painting, it wasn't with a very structured professor, and I didn't know any better, so I just went and bought a lot of colors. But then when Tony Ginolo said to me, 3 colors, that's when I learned to mix. Felix is asking, are you looking at a reference photo? Yes, I am. I'm going to pop that up right now so people can see that initial reference. So that's the reference. And if anybody wants, the link to the reference photos are in the video description below. And Felix says, sometimes I either need to look at a reference exclusively or look at no reference at all when painting. For me, it's more about starting with the reference photo. And then I do find the longer I work on a piece, incrementally, I'm looking at it less and less. I'm not looking at it that much right now. I was when I was doing some of those roots, but right now, not so much. Neil is asking, are you using the solvent-free medium right now, or is this all straight paint? It's all straight paint. The Geneva paints, these are the ones, and all the links to everything, all the video description. These are runny enough that I really don't need the medium at all. And wow, you guys are like having a party in here without me. I'm painting. Amanda says we'd all be in the hospital if we played a drinking game with me dropping things or not finding things. Oh, so DJ Poopy says the first thing I do with a new watercolor set is to make a color chart so I can see what I have. Yeah, same thing. Nez says that. Yeah, Sojourner. I think a lot of us have that reaction because sometimes putting together a color chart, it does feel a little bit tedious, but some of them are really worth it. I mean, that complementary color chart that I did profoundly changed my color. I think before then, I was painting very literally. Like I'd say, oh, purple shirt, purple paint. I wasn't thinking beyond that, or I think, oh, dark purple, light purple. Like it didn't really get beyond value. Mummy brown. What is that? I've never heard of that before. Okay, so Starving Artist explains Potter's pink is a low tinting, earthy pink, mixes into many colors to add texture to a watercolor wash. A really useful color. I've never used that before. Shorty Angel's asking, has anyone gone to an art exhibit and popcorned around to all the paintings? I realized late everyone else was walking in order to the placement of the wall. I guess for me, it just depends on how crowded it is. If I go to a really crowded opening, it's more like whatever. But I don't know. I don't think I necessarily go in a sequence. Daniel Smith has 200 colors. Okay, forget it. I'm not trying them all. Not possible. So how come you guys all know about Potter's pink? Where are you guys learning about all these colors? Is it just looking at art supplies all the time? Because I'm learning about so many colors, like bismuth yellow, which is part of the set. Yeah, this is bismuth yellow. Never heard of that. Potter's pink, mummy's brown. Yeah, I need to hear the secret. How are you guys finding out about all these things? Christine says landscapes can be a refreshing change of pace. I like to take a break from bigger stuff by messing around with an abstract landscape or two. It's freeing somehow. I feel like I need to do that. I feel like doing a landscape that was more abstract probably could help me. Wait, is it really cats made from That's got to be made up, is it? Or is it one of those like rabbit skin glue things where they used to do it, but they use something else? Heard about it on Winsor Newton's Instagram. Oh, Google is our friend. Yes. Although, you know what I've noticed on Google is the first thing that pops up is the AI thing. I don't know if I like that because I don't trust that that has accurate information. Although, I don't know, maybe I'm being a Luddite. Okay, good. Muddy Pride. Okay, starving artists are just messing with me. JC says YouTube has endless watercolor swatching videos. It's like a drug to that gets the wand monster going. No more swatching videos for me. I'll be honest, I don't really find them that interesting. People show me, or they'll send me different videos of people swatching and mixing things, and some of it's so technical that I find it difficult to follow. Because I think sometimes when you mix color, it's totally okay for it to be very spontaneous and intuitive. It doesn't have to be so precise all the time. Blue Run says it's made from old mummy bandages. Okay, that's a little bit better. But who are the mommies that you're raiding to make paint? Okay, so Manette says Victorian times when pyramids were being looted, Mummy Brown really was made from mummies. Oh. Rajavi says, isn't Mummy Brown also Caput Mortem, now going by other names like Indian Red or something else? Sheesh. You guys have done your research. Wow. I guess I'm not researching. Okay, it's time to take a step back. And I need to work on the sky a little bit more, so let's zoom all the way out and see how that looks. I feel like that's a little blown out. Maybe make this a little bit darker, everybody. Yeah, I think that's better. Actually, I think it's a little too dark. Okay, that's good. All right, let's try that. I feel like this is still a little chaotic. I'm gonna just add a couple more, just like real. Oh shoot! Just some like really fast strokes. And we're gonna clean this brush so I can really mess around back here. I feel like I want to add more orange, but I don't want to like take away from this, because this spot is where the real concentration of orange is. Maybe if I'll just add more over here. Let's just layer this up a bit more. Now, what do I do about that background? I'm not happy with what's happening here. That area is getting like really muddled. Maybe I should just make it a little bit smudgier. Maybe that's what it needs. I think it's a little bit busy right now. Ugh, there's orange all over this. No, I don't want that. I think this spot got kind of busy looking, and I don't want it to be that way. I do think parts of the painting are getting a little bit busy, so maybe this will help me a little bit. Yeah, I guess I'm just using this. This is sort of like my scrubbing brush, I guess. Oh, I'm not happy with this. This needs to pop a little more. I feel like, no. Oh, I wanted it gray. For real, I feel like I didn't do anything today. I don't know. I guess I need a before and after. I just feel like I didn't get much done. But that's okay. I don't mind. Sometimes there are certain parts of the pieces that are just, they take longer. But yeah, I think that's okay. All right, let's just really simplify. I think it's too like active back here. I want to have some like softer passages. Oh, and actually that's pretty good. Wait. I have a little bit of yellow up there. Let me make this a little taller because I think it's a little bit blown out. So I'm going to try to shift that for everybody so you guys can see it better. Okay, maybe if I focus here, it'll help more, and I'll also bring down. Okay, I think that makes, yeah, that's better. Now it's not so blown out. But so there's like a little tint of yellow, which I think I like. That's too busy. I think if I just simplify, that might do it. Oh, maybe this is where I should blend. Let me use my blending brush. Yeah, I think, well, I do want to do more of what I was doing, but I think this might help. It's so wet in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, so tell me in the comments, some people are already sharing it. Where are some places that you learn about paint other than Google? Somebody mentioned the Winsor Newton Instagram. Because I don't know, I find a lot of the company Instagrams are not that good. Like, sorry. See, this is where it's kind of nice that I don't have companies sponsoring me because I can tell you what I really think. It's sort of losing tree status. But I don't know, maybe that's okay. Okay, I admit I'm stealing this from John Constable. That one stroke. I know nobody else can see it but me, but I'm thinking about him. I was thinking about you, John Constable. This is coming out of nowhere, by the way. I have no idea if this is going to be good. Oh, I don't like that. No, that's bad. I got to bring back that white. Because now it feels like the turquoise is in too many places. So I want to stop that from happening. We got to mix up a little bit more of that white blue thing. Okay, so a little touch of that French ultramarine. And we're going to bring back some of that stuff. Bad decision. But sometimes you got to just try it. And actually, this is a little bit less. The blue I'm using right now, it has a very different tone from the rest. Oh, actually, I'll add some of it here. I think this will help too. This is still so busy. I like how busy that is. I like that. It's a little more simple. There's too much going on before. Shoot. No, no, no. Put that yellow there. Go away. A couple things I want to remove. I feel like that is a little too harsh. This needs to be more simple. Oh, that's a lot better. Oh, good. Yeah. I like that. Okay, some more with this. I need to remove more there. Still not enough. It's never enough. Yeah, there were, oh yeah, that's much better. There was so much crap here. Yeah, that's better. I think the tree was a little too busy before. I think this is better. I still vaguely like a tree, right? All right, let's bring back this highlight. And then I think another pass with the scrubby thing. So I am going around and I'm softening some strokes. And again, I'm not looking at the reference at all right now. Just totally just this. I think I'm starting to feel better about this. All right, let me come all the way back. See how that's looking. Let me pump up the contrast again. All right, we're going to look. Hugh, don't do that. He fell over. All right, I'm going to stand here and I'm going to just fix a couple spots. Because I can already see where I didn't quite clear things out enough. Hmm. It is quite muddy, but I'm not that worried because I just needed it to dry. That's really just the issue. Losing my balance. Another pass of orange down here. I feel like I need some thickness. Here I'm trying to minimize some of the turquoise that's coming through. I think that will help. I keep saying, okay, this is it, just this one more thing. And now I'm like, no, this one more thing. I still feel like there's too much back here. All right, let's see what people in the Discord are doing. Oh, this is really cool, Nancy. Is that like that gel that you showed me a little ways back? Oh, I just love texture. I could look at texture all day. This is Salinas' mobile setup. Oh, cute. I love seeing that. It's so cozy. Okay, Manette. Fireworks are stressing out your dog. I know, Buddy doesn't like it either. Let me take a look. Oh, I love the posture. Like the wings seem absurdly high. I mean, it almost looks like it's a vulture that's really uncomfortable, but I love that character that you have. Your supervisor, Butter. Nice. Nandy says, gonna try hatching painting. I'm curious about that too, Amanda. So you might take some notes for me. And I believe this is digital. It doesn't look digital. This looks very, ooh, I like that swath of black. It's very satisfying. And oh, Rowan Beth almost finished with the Art Dare Leap. So the Art Dare for this month is drawing from imagination. Oh, it's so, I had never seen. I only saw the one on the left, Rowan. Jeez, did you do all of that? I feel like you made that other one like the other day. Ooh, look at all the blues. This is from Silver Song. Oh, I really like this one where there's a little bit of that gold in there. That really makes it shine. We have thumbnails. Oh, Salinas is doing a blue heron painting. Very cool. All right, let's take a look at what's happening in the comments. Kat says, Florent Farges has nice oil painting videos. Actually, one of the reasons I wanted to do this, well, first of all, I was curious about the solvent-free oil painting, but also I looked back, I was like, wow, we have like no oil painting tutorials. So I think this will be nice. I would like to make some maybe 10, 15-minute videos. And I was thinking one would be good for beginners, like the 5 things that you really, really need to have to start. And then I guess there's also, I mean, there's so many variations where you can do like, okay, I wish I knew about oil painting would be good too. Deb says, now that you added a little yellow to the trees, it looks more like the texture of the tree. The trunk also is so much more defined than when you started today. Oh, good. I'm glad you see the difference because I feel like I don't. I know that sounds like a strange thing to say. Dr. Oto Kano. Is that YouTube, Jen? I mean, I always feel like it's so many options. I mean, that's why sometimes I feel like I just can't watch anything because it's just too many things to be thinking about. A reminder to everybody, we are doing many workshops in January and February. These are all running. So upcoming is flowers and plants and watercolor. Realistic painting and digital painting are due on Thursday. If you still want to get in on that, there's still a little bit of time. And we also have other workshops like experimental printmaking, creature design, cloud landscapes. Check it out. The link is in the description below. Everybody, we got through day 5. No, day 6. We got through day 6. Tomorrow's the last day. So I hope to see you guys then. Bye.